following is a presentation of the Belly Up Sports Media Network.
Drip too hard, don't stand too close, we gon' go around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie getting made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close, we gon' go around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie getting made.
Every other night, another dollar getting made. Every other night started with a good day. It's caught! I feel like a child, I got boogers in the touchdown, Alabama. This shit is a parade. I don't want your train, I'm gon' want another slave. I hate that drama, got too many bitches getting tamed. TSA working, so I took a private plane. He puts a nigga like a one, fucking on my head. Jump too hard, jump to the car. Resign to the ground, I can better spell it down. Jump too hard, caution on the floor. You gon' fuck around and drown, trying to ride a nigga away.
Jump too hard, don't stand too close, we gon' go around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Jump too hard, don't stand too close, we gon' go around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can straight. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie getting made. You can get the biggest Chanel back in the store if you want it. I gave them the drill, they set it up like I on it. I bought a new Patek, I had to wait, so what you told me. Taking these drugs, I'm gonna be up until the morning. It ain't your car, you just a lease, so you don't own it. If I'm in the club, I got that fire when I'm performing. The package just came in and all promise. Stars the Lord, cute shit, they all bonus. I'm from Atlanta where young nigga run shit. I know they hating on me, but I don't read comments. Whenever I tell her to come, she come. Whenever it's smoking, we ain't running. Drip too hard, don't stand too close, we gon' go around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie getting made. Drip too hard, don't stand too close, we gon' go around and drown. Off this way, doing all these shows. I been on the road, I don't care where I go, as long as I get paid. Bad little vibe, she been on my mind. Soon as I get back, she can slay. Do this all the time, this ain't no surprise. Every other night, another movie getting made.
And we are here for our second annual College Football National Championship watch party. As you saw in the video, college football playoffs started with 4 teams, and now we're down to our final 2 teams, the Washington Huskies, the number 2 seed, and the number 1 seed, the Michigan Wolverines. A future Big Ten matchup. These 2 teams are going to be in the Big Ten, but Pac-12 and the Big Ten team. Definitely going to be here not seeing an SEC team in this, but I'm sure that if you're a college football fan, you definitely love to see the parity. So we are here. Jacob and Tyler is going to be your 2 hosts, and we're also going to our Sports Scramble crew joining us a little bit later in the second half. They got some stuff to take care of before they join us. But Jacob, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. I've been sick a lot recently, battling I don't know what. But I'm here. I'm ready for it. I'm feeling a little better every day. So yeah, I'm excited. So it's exciting stuff that we're getting into, and it's the last game of the season.
Yeah, definitely last game of the season. And what we're all hoping for is just a better game than what we had last year. If you all remember, flashback just a year ago is TCU and Georgia, 65-7. The Dogs got there. So we're just 30 minutes away from kickoff. So we're going to be leading you up into kickoff and then pretty much the whole entire way. Like last year, we're going to be here for probably 3 or 4 hours, depending on how long this game goes, maybe even longer if we get another overtime game. But before we get into a little bit of this game, let's go into a little bit of a recap of the playoff games, what we saw and how these 2 teams got here. So let's start with Michigan. You know, this has been a season for them that's been dealt with a lot of controversy off the field. You know, Jim Harbaugh not only got suspended once this season, but he also got suspended twice. You know, at the start of the season, he missed 3 games. And then at the end of the season, the regular season stretch, you know, facing off against Penn State and then Ohio State, he was also suspended. So definitely some troubles there. But really looking at it, you know, you can rag on their schedule all you want, but they ended up winning undefeated. They really took care of Penn State at the end of the season, and then Ohio State. That was their third straight win. And then you go on to the Big Ten championship game. Wasn't really much of a game either. You had Iowa. We knew Iowa wasn't going to really match up with them, even though that they were 10-2. Just Iowa's offense wasn't really formidable. But they punched their ticket. They were the number one seed. They elected to host the Rose Bowl against Alabama, an Alabama team that was playing really good football down the stretch. They beat Georgia, who was the number one ranked team for pretty much the entirety of the season. And that was a really good game. It went down in overtime. Michigan's defense was definitely the factor in that one. Blake Corum got that game winning. Jalen Milroe was stopped at the goal line, so that's how Michigan got there. And then on Washington side, I mean, this was a team of destiny, it feels like, with Michael Penix. He was the Heisman finalist. He finished second in the Heisman voting. But Washington, they really went through an absolute gauntlet of a schedule. I mean, the Pac-12 was definitely one of the better conferences this year. They beat Oregon early on in that game. It was a missed field goal by Oregon. And then they had that rough stretch. We were both talking about this on College Football Coast to Coast a few weeks ago. They had that rough stretch of that Arizona State game, the Stanford game, where it wasn't looking like this was going to be a team to play for the national championship, but they ended up winning both of those games. They beat Washington State in the Apple Cup for a game-winning field goal. And then we get that rematch that we were all treated to with Oregon and Washington. Washington absolutely blew the doors off of them in the first half. Oregon had that comeback, and then Washington with Dylan Johnson, he was definitely the MVP in that game for the Huskies. So the Huskies capped off an undefeated season, 13-0. They move on they were the number 2 seed in the college football playoff. They hosted Texas in the Sugar Bowl, and that was probably a road game for them. If you really watched that game, there was a lot of burnt orange in that stadium, but it was a back and forth game. Washington had a chance to really put that one to bed, but Texas's defense was able to stand strong, and Quinn Ewers threw a dime to A.D. Mitchell. And then there was definitely a lot of chaos at the end. Dylan Johnson, he got injured in that game, and it gave Texas and the Longhorns about 40 seconds left to play. And Washington's defense, as they've been doing, it feels like this whole entire season, they made a stop. So really setting our matchup. We had 2 really good playoff games. We're hoping we get at least one more good game to really finish off this 2023 season. And really look forward to the future of the 2024 season. So what do you look at between both these teams? What did you saw, in the 2 playoffs that they were involved in?
First Michigan and Alabama in that game there, it really was for me who controlled the line of scrimmage. And it was going to be a battle in the trenches from the very get-go. With Alabama on their side of the ball, struggled to really find their identity in the first half. Really a second half football team all season long. Early struggles on in the year. I don't think, looking back at week 7 that we ever thought them coming back and being a team to be in the playoff after everything that had transpired early on in the season. And on the other hand, for Michigan, early got a late Christmas present, from J.J. McCarthy, who, threw a questionable pass that was reviewed and it wasn't a pick, and I thought for sure, I said, if they open the game and that's a pick, Michigan's in trouble. And thankfully for them, the guy was out of bounds when he caught it. So there's a lot of things that happened in that game, and the Rose Bowl is always a wild game. And it just was one of those where Michigan felt like if they could run the ball, and I think you and I had this conversation a couple times, so if they can run the ball, they establish the run game, they'll be able to win this football game. And that's a tall task against Alabama. Pretty good rush defense. Pass defense for Alabama's gotten better over the season. And really, Michigan couldn't throw the ball downfield very much. And it's a surprise, like, had there been anybody else, other than Alabama, I think Michigan could have won flying colors. I mean, that's kind of one of those things where it was hard for them to throw the football. And it felt like, look, if they could have thrown the football, they could have won by 2 touchdowns. I mean, that's the thing about it. Yeah, just a tough year for Alabama, a tough way to end your season. You got to the playoff once again, but who knows what's going to happen in the future with everything that's coming. We know that. And on the other side, for the Sugar Bowl, Washington and Texas, um, I feel like Washington set the tone early, and that was really the key. It was back and forth, and as much as Texas was scoring and Washington was scoring, anytime that happens, I feel that the team with the most offense is going to get it done. In Washington's case, that did happen. I mean, it's just one of those where Texas's defense just couldn't step up. I mean, you have to hold Washington to under 30 points if you're going to win a football game. And that's the thing about it. I mean, that's really where I think the benchmark is set when you're talking about Washington and their offensive success. I think we both related back to LSU's 2019 team with them being able to, have so much offense that defense was a secondary thought. I mean, it wasn't the primary thing on their minds. It was getting the ball into the end zone over and over again and just pounding it in, and defense would take care of itself. And that's kind of been Washington's mentality, I think, too, all season. And it's obviously it worked to get them to the point where they are now. So, and I think the one thing that strikes me in this one is Washington had the hardest road to get here, really. With the four teams that made it to the playoffs, Washington had the toughest road to get to where they are now. It's just a matter of them finish it and cashing the check in. So, I mean, it was one of those where they've played, this will be their seventh game this season against a ranked opponent. I know the playoffs and everything, but that's two ranked opponents in there that they're playing. Other than that, everybody else, I think their lowest ranked opponent they played was 18 all year, Oregon State. So it really strikes me as a team that's really strong, tough, a senior team. There's 9 6-year seniors on this team. So it's really their last ride for this team. So I feel that Michigan has a lot coming in the future, and we're going to get to that, throughout the game and everything. So, but I mean, it's going to be a fantastic game. Both of these teams bring something different to the table, offensively and defensively. So it should be one of the better ones we've had in quite a while.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to this one as we're about 12 minutes away. Off, and we got some comments already rolling in. Let's go Washington. We already got Washington Reporter by our good friend NASCAR Neil. I'm sure with the NASCAR season coming up here in the next couple of months, whenever NFL season is done with the Super Bowl, and then obviously tonight is the last game that we get with the national championship. So over the next couple of minutes, now let's get into the keys of the game. Since you're the Big Ten guy, I'm going to give you what are the keys for Michigan hoisting that national championship trophy tonight?
Keys for Michigan, I think it kind of relates back to the Alabama game. Control the line of scrimmage offensively, protect J.J. McCarthy. Blake Corum's your bailout. Blake Corum is your absolute bailout person on offense. Defensively for Michigan on the other side of the ball, they want to get it done. They really have to suppress the Michael Penix long ball in this one. You have to stop him from throwing deep passes. Short yardage passes are your friend for Michigan. Let them complete them. Just nothing deep. That's going to hurt you big time in this one.
Yeah, I definitely agree. If you're Michigan, I mean, you just got to stay balanced with your attack. I mean, we've seen J.J. McCarthy the last time we saw him in the Rose Bowl game, over 200 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. We also saw Blake Corum, 81 yards and a touchdown too. I mean, Wilson, he's been the wide receiver number 1. Loveland, he's been the top tight end in the country, you could assume. And so this Michigan defense, I mean, they're number 1 defense against the pass, and then number 8 against the rush. So if you're really looking towards the defense that Washington hasn't really faced this season, I feel like the best defense that Washington's faced is probably Utah. Maybe you can put even Oregon in that category. They didn't face off against UCLA. UCLA was one of the better defenses in the Pac-12. But let's go on towards Washington. I'll take Washington's key to the game. Michael Penix, if he's just him, I think that they can definitely have an opportunity to win this game. I mean, he's definitely proven that he's definitely one of the elite quarterbacks. Maybe he's even going up the draft boards. All the talk has been about Caleb Williams being number 1, and then behind him, it's been, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Drake May? Is it going to be Jaden Daniels? Is it going to be Michael Penix? Who doesn't know? But with the injury history that he's had, started at Indiana, now at Washington, definitely a great story to watch if you're a college football fan. But if you're just be you tonight, I mean, go out there and throw 400 yards again like you did against Texas. I mean, you're probably going to put up 30, 40 points against Michigan if you do that. But if you were to look outside of Michael Penix, this offense is definitely elite. You have 3 elite wide receivers that all start with Roma Dunze. And then you have, Polk, McMillan. I mean, those are 3 absolute studs. You talked about, 2019 LSU. That's pretty dang close to what 2019 LSU had. If you remember, it was led by Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and then number 3 was probably Terrence Marshall, maybe even Moss, the tight end team. But if you were to look at the bell cow for them, is Dylan Johnson. He did get banged up, like I mentioned earlier in the show here against Texas, but all the reports is saying that he's going to be good to go. Now, the question is he going to be 100%? Who knows? But, you got a week of practice, got a week to heal that injury as we're about to get the national anthem here. And then the players are going to be running out the tunnels, and we're pretty much going to get underway here. So festivities are starting. But, on the defensive side, if you're really looking at who has the better offense, it's probably Washington. But who has the better defense, that probably goes towards Michigan, because we looked at it while we were also placing our bets of what Washington defense had. Washington was ranked number 120 in the pass defense, but if you look at their rush defense, that's where they can get you, is they rank number 40 of. So they really have a good pass rush, but their secondary, I think that's where Michigan do that. So I think that a lot of people are going to look at Roman Wilson, but I think that Loveland and also maybe we see one of their sophomore wide receivers step up for Michigan. So I think that this is going to be a great game. It's either going to be a defensive battle, or this is going to be a game that goes maybe into the 40s, or like a 34 type of game. So those are the keys to the game. Now let's get into our predictions. Jacob, who do you think is going to be taking on the national championship? Is it going to be Washington and Michigan? And also give me a score prediction.
Yeah, so with everything with both of these teams I've seen, momentum is very big. Both these teams are undefeated. Your final undefeated teams really all year. I mean, that was the greatest thing, is 2 teams that haven't lost a game this year playing against each other in the national championship. This game, I feel, is the most neutral site game of all time, with both of these 2 teams playing in Houston. Good turnout for both. I feel that, like I said, line of scrimmage, keys of the game, everything that's transpired. McCarthy being able to get out of the pocket against Washington's defense, make something happen downfield, is key for Michigan offensively. In this one, Penix has to show up like he's shown up all year long offensively, be that guy that you thought should have been the Heisman Trophy winner, and go out and play like a winner and make it your last ride. For me, all said and done, like you said, I think the game gets into the 30s. I'm going to take the Huskies. I'm going to take Washington to win the Natty in this one. I just feel that offensively they're the better team, and whoever's going to be able to air it out the most and put it in the end zone the most, which is the key to the football game, is going to win it. So for me, I feel that Washington's going to get it done. Give me 38-28. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a great matchup. I'm rooting for points, honestly. I mean, we're here. We definitely want a lot of points. I mean, if it goes in overtime, screw it. I mean, we're just looking for a good game here. But I agree with you. We look actually going back to our preseason predictions. I believe that you had, Penn State off. I did as well. So we were a little bit off on Michigan. But I think that we were both eyeing this Washington team really making a run here, especially I had them not only make it to the playoff, but win the national championship. I'm not going to go away from that. I think that Washington, this is a team that just feels like a team of destiny. I mean, like you mentioned, they remind me a little bit of that 2019 LSU team. A very high explosive offense. The defense was good enough. Like, you can score 40 points. Who cares how bad your defense is? But I think that this is definitely going to be one of the best defenses that Washington has faced all season. Michigan can really get after you. Both in the secondary and the rush department. So, Michael, I think it's going to be – we always say this in games, like whoever wins the turnover battle is definitely key in this game. Like we saw even last year's game, like Georgia owned the turnover battle and TCU wasn't able to really get in that game. So I think that both teams get into the 30s here. I think this is a close game. Would not surprise me. It comes down to a field goal between both of these schools. But I'm going to say 35-34, the Washington Huskies get it done. So we're about to see both of the teams exit their respective tunnels, and we're just moments away. We had the national anthem. Definitely a great performance by the performer. Obviously, you couldn't hear it because we had the TV on mute, but I'm sure Twitter's going bonkers over that. So before we get into kickoff, do have our best bets. We're not going to let you down like we did last year with Chet's and Jacobs, going with the live betting of TCU. So we're going to go ahead and talk about our bets. And our bets of the week here is brought to you by our friends over at Wool Spreads. Building that bankroll, you know what it is if you've been watching our show. Wool Spreads is definitely a great app. If you haven't downloaded it, definitely do that. And it's free. If you're looking, if you're like us who have been on an absolute stretch of betting and haven't won anything and looking for tonight to really be the winners of it, you can head on over to Wool Spreads, play with your friends. It's all free. You can bet on NFL, NBA, MLB, whatever sports leagues are active, Wool Spreads are for you. We definitely been enjoying it, doing weekly contests. And, you can either do some bragging rights or, you can put some money on it. Say like if you won the week, maybe put $10, maybe put a gift card on there. But best bets here to take is what we're going to be doing. It's a 7-leg parlay. Obviously, you got to put that money line every time you do a parlay. So we both picked the Huskies. So we're doing Washington money line. And then, obviously, if we have Washington winning the game, we have over 1.5 Michael Penix passing touchdowns. And then, don't get me wrong, we got to put Michigan as well. We got to root for both sides here. So we're doing a lot of trust here in Mr. Robin Wilson. Not only do we have him scoring a touchdown, anytime touchdown, but we also taking him over 48.5. And the receiving yards, we're obviously going with the over. I mean, if you go with the under, you're just a college football fan. You always got to root for the over. So we're doing over 55.5. We got it, I guess, at a little bit of a bargain whenever we were first looking at it. It was at 56 and then dropped down to 55.5. And then the final two, we also have Dylan Johnson. So we're going with a running back, going with a receiver for the keys or 2 touchdown score. This is probably one of the spicier ones that we're taking. But J.J. McCarthy, he had 25 rushing yards against Alabama, 22.5 J.J. McCarthy. Maybe he's going to be able to use his legs a bit to get some pressure on that Washington defense. So overall, 7 picks, good enough for plus 4,800 odds. I guess I'll tell you it was just a free bonus bet that we use on DraftKings. So that's another one of our sponsors. If you want to go on DraftKings, I'm sure that there's a promo. If you're a new user, bet $5. Believe it's you get $150. We did this the last time that we did the Super Bowl watch parties, so definitely take advantage of that if you're a new promo bet and if betting is legal in your state. Let's do it if it's illegal. Don't want to get in trouble or anything, but that's a good enough payout for 240. So I'll keep that scrolling on the bottom. So if you want to maybe put some of your best bets down in the chat, definitely go for it. So before we get started here, we want to get the chat involved here. Down your score predictions. Who do you have winning? You think it's going to be the Michigan Wolverines or is it going to be the Washington Huskies taking home the national championship trophy to really end off the 2023 season, but really kick off the 2024 season? So we're about to get the coin flip here. I guess, if you're a betting man too, if you have tails, heads, we'll see what it is. So let's see what the verdict is here. Okay, well, they are going to defer. It looks like Michigan will be getting the ball first to start off this game. So obviously that's a smart choice. It feels like every college football game you always want, and especially in a big game like this, the national championship, this is both of these teams. So we're going to be seeing J.J. McCarthy on this offense. So the first thing that we'll be rooting for on the betting world side is maybe even, like a Robin Wilson, a couple of catches, maybe even a touchdown, or J.J. McCarthy seeing here. So we're about to get under, and we have a lot to look forward to, not only to this game. There's some rumors going on that we might get a little bit of something from EA Sports or college football. So who knows? We'll definitely have it here. But as we do parties, we're going to be following along with Gamecast on ESPN. So I'm sure that everyone that's probably watching this is probably already watching the game. But if you don't have a way to watch the game, we will have the live updates on the scores, courtesy of ESPN. So we're definitely a lot of fun here. We're going to have a lot of things going on. Also, since we're only 22 subscribers away from 300 subscribers, we will be doing a giveaway. If we do get to 300, we'll be giving away a $20 Fanatics gift card. So keep that in mind. And subscriber is free. Like, we're not trying to bribe you, but if you're a fan of both teams and want to get your national championship shirt, we'll be giving away a $20 Fanatics gift card on 300 subs. Will probably be on our Twitter account as well. So we are just now underway here. The kickoff is set. Jacob, you ready for it?
I am. I'm excited.
Let's do it. So kickoff
really good game.
Underway. Let's see what Michigan will do. And wow, yeah, we love to see that. Washington already swarming them. They're going to be hyped. So JJ McCarthy and the boys will come out on the field. So what are you looking here on the first drive for JJ McCarthy in Michigan?
Right now I think it set the tone early. Get a first down, get a couple first downs, get into positive territory. It's going to be hard to do, especially when you're starting on your own 15 now. It's going to be pretty difficult to get that ball past midfield early in this game. So defense is the best way to go out early, I think. I get to see a little bit of the other team's offense, get to see how they're going to be able to establish, the flow of the game. And if you want to up the flow of the game, you want to stay on that. So, yeah, I think it's going to be one for Michigan where if you get a field goal out of this drive, that's probably the best case scenario. You just don't want to be punting too deep in your own end early.
Yeah, definitely. So you see there the impact players, Blake Corum, Roman Wilson. I feel like everybody in their right mind knows that those are the two impact players. As you see a 4-yard rush by Blake Corum kicks off this game here. So JJ McCarthy looks like he's in the shotgun, and that is going to be a first down. So Michigan already with a quick first. Also, we'll have some ads in between. Our touchdowns are sponsored by Fanatics, so definitely hope to see a lot of those ad reads throughout the game. So that's Johnson. Sorry if I don't know any of the first names, honestly. I haven't really watched too much of Michigan this year. So as you see there, the offensive line, they got beef pretty much all throughout. So this is going to be, a battle of, Washington's defensive line versus Michigan's defensive line. We're going to be able to see who's able to win that battle as Corum gets the snap here and gets a little bit about five actually pushes the pile for 7 yards there. His helmet comes off, so he'll probably have to come off the field there. So really early thoughts here. Right now it's pretty early, but looking like Michigan offensive line is getting some early push against that defensive line.
Yeah, I think right now, the biggest thing for Washington's defense is just to slow Michigan down, bleed the clock a little bit, knowing that, your offense has been on it most of the year. And it's just slowing Michigan down offensively. If you get a punt out of all this, that's fantastic for them. 2nd and 3, though, in short yardage situation is an automatic run for Michigan most of the time.
I can see there the handoff isn't Corum this time. That is Mullins, and he gets enough for the first down, about 4 on that game. So Michigan already 2 first downs in this one. Also, we're going to be doing a question per quarter. So probably about halfway through the first quarter, whenever we get a TV timeout or maybe a timeout by the head coaches, we'll be doing our first question and opening up to the chat. So we definitely, to our chat who's watching, if you have anything that you want to drop down in the comments or just want to follow along, definitely do that. Don't be shy. We definitely want to get the chat involved. So another first down by Michigan. JJ McCarthy again in the shotgun. Loveland in. Ooh, okay. All right, there we go, McCarthy. All right, well, we haven't seen Roman Wilson, so for us better, so Roman Wilson, we're definitely not too happy with the throws here. But if you're a Michigan fan, you got the Loveland in the motion, and it's going to be another first down. So this Michigan offense early on, I don't want to jinx it, but they're definitely looking pretty good with all the pre-snap motions. And, JJ McCarthy looks settled in so far.
Yeah, Cornelius Johnson is definitely wide receiver 3 for them.
Yeah.
But him getting 2 quick catches early in this one is a good sign for Michigan, almost at midfield here. That's a good spot to be early in this one.
And that's another snap to Mullins. He gets man, he's still going. So that's about 15 yards, and they're already in Washington territory. So this would definitely be big to whoever draws first blood. We saw it in last year's game. I mean, Georgia went up and they didn't really look back there. So to really settle your boys down, because whenever you're playing a national championship, these are 18 to 22-year-olds. I bet they're nervous as heck, and they just whoever gets the most points, obviously, is going to win this game. That's just how football works. But getting that first score here, drawing first blood will definitely help the nerves there. So Washington defense on their heels here as Michigan is driving into the Washington 38. Blake Corum doesn't get the snap. That's another play action pass. And J.J. McCarthy, of course, gets sacked, and that is not going to help our over 22.5 J.J. McCarthy rushing yards. So that's the first really pressure that Washington has got all game so far. I know it's early, but it's definitely good to see that Washington pass rush get after J.J. McCarthy.
I'm surprised they got to him. I mean, as far as Washington's defensive line goes, is they've been out there for almost 5 minutes.
Yeah,
and it seems kind of wild that they're getting a stop like that.
Yeah, Donovan Edwards is now in the game. He gets the handoff. Not much. Oh, he recurred. There he goes. He gone. Touchdown, Michigan. Donovan Edwards with the first one. As you can see here, Neil, boom, touchdown. And, man, if it's not Blake Corum, I mean, Donovan Edwards, he's really, really good. Probably one of the better RB2s that you see in college football. It looked like, he was only going to get a 1 or 2, and then, boom, 41-yard touchdown. Michigan draws first blood.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where, like I said, if Michigan can establish the run, it's going to be a long night for Washington's defense. And a good push by the offensive line there, found a gap and made the most of it on his first carry of the night.
Yeah, well, you know what a touchdown give us, Jacob? That touchdown is presented by our friends over at Fanatics. If you want to head on over to Fanatics, use our link to support your favorite teams if you're a Michigan or Washington fan, or if you're just a fan of college football in general. Head over there to your link. I'm sure that Fanatics has daily deals. Who knows if they're going to have a daily deal for the national championship, but if your team ends up winning and hoisting the national championship trophy, you can go ahead and purchase your national championship trophy. Of course, every time that we have a touchdown is presented by Fanatics. I know that's a tongue twister of a link to use. We can't really do much about it, but just go on over to fanatics.net/sports scramble and take advantage of their daily deals. So with our first TV timeout, we are going to knock out a question of the first quarter. We're going to open up to the chat. So the question of the first quarter is, what two teams played in the national championship in the playoff area? If you know the question, answer to the question, drop it down in the comments. We'll give it about a minute, and then we'll start revealing the answers that it is. We'll also give Jacob, he'll be the guest. I know the answer, so I can't really take a part of this. So we'll give a couple of minutes. It's pretty much like the Aflac question. I don't know what's really sponsored by, probably not sponsored by anybody. But what two teams played the national championship in the playoff era? That was 2014, the first playoff that we got. Obviously, this is going to be the last that we see of the 4-team playoff. Next year, we get into the 12-team playoff. So what two teams played in the first national championship in the playoff era? All right, so let's get into that first drive summary. What did you really see from both sides? Michigan offense looked really good. Washington defense, they got that one sack, but outside of that, not looking too good on the first drive.
Yeah, I mean, they capitalized good on the play right before the touchdown, getting a stop on McCarthy, but next play you get out there and absolutely give up a dummy touchdown run on a 41-yard touchdown. I mean, so it's just Michigan running the football, playing ground and pound Big Ten football, and that's really what I want to see in this one is both sides, with Washington and all these other Pac-12 teams coming to the Big Ten next year. I really want to see what happens with how each side plays out offensively, because the Big Ten's always been a ground and pound offense, run the football balanced. West Coast offense in the Pac-12, a lot of passing, throwing downfield. That's why you see a lot of great offensive players come out of the Pac-12, and a lot of offensive linemen come out of the Big Ten. So they both have their respected things, but Washington's going to have to play a different play style in the Big Ten next year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to get into the 2024 talk whenever we get into the fourth quarter, maybe into the post game. But you brought up a good point. This is what Michigan does. They love to run the football. And if they can run the football like what they did just now, this is going to be a long, long game for Washington. I mean, like, it feels like getting this first score, like, if Michigan just keeps on doing that, like, this could get into a high scoring shootout. We've seen Washington, this really the past couple of weeks really get involved into a high scoring shootout here. But we see Donovan Edwards, his first rushing touchdown since November 11th versus Penn State. Wow. Really the stat tells you everything. Like, Blake Corum has been the man down the stretch. They haven't really we saw Mullins on that. We saw 3 running backs on that. So it just tells you what Michigan wants to do tonight, and that's run the football down your throat. As you see there, ESPN's bringing the history, the story of Michael Penix. Started at Indiana. Had a couple of injuries they had to deal with. He was a Heisman Trophy runner-up in 2023. Jane Daniels ended up winning that award, and he really went off. The college football playoff semifinal, 430 passing yards and 2 touchdowns in the victory over Texas. So before we see Washington take the field here, what do you want to see here? Obviously you want to see them 7-7, but what do you want to see generate early for this Washington Husky offense?
I want to see them. I want to see what they're doing now. Obviously, I want to see them actually run the football in this one. Go at Michigan, show them that their rush defense, can be exploited. I think that's a good thing to do. Keep them honest. I mean, that's the biggest thing. They're looking for the deep pass. They're looking to stop the deep pass. And I think they're going to play 2 deep safety most of the night there. So, I mean, I really think that you really have to suck them in and then take advantage of the passes downfield. I'm looking for Roma Dunze. I'm looking for Jane McMillan to get a part of it. I mean, that's really kind of the key for them is to get the passing and spread out as quick as possible there. I mean, a quick first down there, 2 plays and a first down and a little extra there for Washington. And I think they're going to play fast tonight too. I think that's another thing that Michigan's not going to be used to is Washington does play a little faster offense, quick tempo, get on the ball and go.
Yeah, we'll see the high tempo really gets under the Michigan defense skin so far. You get a 6-yard rush by Dylan Johnson, who's looked really healthy on that run. It's only 1 run, but he's looking really good. And then you had that first down play to McMillan, and it's looking like you're getting a lot of pre-snap motion for Washington here. You get a first down with under 9 minutes left to play. Michael Penix rolls out to his left, and he completes it for about a 2-yard pass there to Polk there. So a little bit of, we're seeing a lot of pre-snap motions. Michigan was more of a play-action pass, and, Washington is in a 4 wide with 4 wide receivers, and you have that 1 running back there. So, you're seeing a lot of pre-snap from, both the offenses and the defenses here early as you have a 2nd and 7 here. Washington just on the doorstep here on midfield. They're looking to even this game. A handoff there. Not to Johnson there. That's to the backup running back. Only for a gain of 2. And we're going to get our first 3rd down of the game here. So that's Nixon there. So only a 2-yard gain there by Nixon. As you know, we're already 7-0 here. If you're Washington, you definitely don't want to get down to a team that wants to slow down this game. But early on, Michigan didn't take them too long, about a minute or 2 minutes to really score that Donovan Edwards touchdown there. As you can see there, 47% 3rd down conversion. The Washington Huskies that's 14th in the FBS. So this is a key 3rd down here. Definitely want to convert this and get this drive going. You don't want to put that defense on that really struggled on that one. So Michael Penix out in the shotgun. And it looks like it wasn't going to be enough, but really good broken tackle there. That's going to move the chains. And Michigan,
big game.
Washington already in, Michigan territory here.
Yeah, I mean, already pretty early. I mean, a missed tackle for Michigan, and that's what we saw a lot of in the Rose Bowl. There was a lot of arm tackles that just you're not going to get it.
You got to make those tackles here, especially in a key game like this. So You see 3 wide receivers out to your right portion of the screen there. Looks like Michigan is playing more of a man-to-man. It looks like they're bringing one off of the edge there. It doesn't look like they're bringing too much pressure early on, so we'll see what mentor their defensive coordinator dials up. And that was just not a great pass there from Michael Penix. So a little bit behind that running back there on that little screen pass, but nothing doing there on first down. So second down and 10 coming up here. Definitely a key drive if you're Washington. You at least some points. You can definitely – you're still in the game. It's early on. You can go with 3 points, but – I know we're only one drive in, but it's getting to that feel where this game could definitely turn into, a 34-31 type of ball game. So Michael Penix in the shotgun formation again in second and 10 with about 7 minutes to hand the ball off. Go about towards 3, but looks like there's going to be a flag, probably going to be maybe a false start or somebody like that. So we'll see what ref calls here. It might back them up either 5 or 10 yards here. So let's see what the call is. Since I have it muted, don't know what he's saying, but it's probably, I don't know what happened.
Your play clock got down.
Did you catch what happened?
Yeah, the play clock got down to 1, and they normally do. Washington called a timeout, with 1 on the play clock, but because I guess Kalen DeBoer didn't think they were going to get the playoff in time.
Yeah.
So he called the timeout. So
burn him down because you won't be able to use him.
Yeah. Here's the situation. And Michigan's defense, I think right now is really they're playing a zone defense. It looks like right now, and they're just all they're trying to do is stop the long ball. I think, and they're okay with the little short passes out to the flat. So I think it's probably wise for them to play like they are. Momentum is a big thing in this one. So, but I think on the other side, with Washington, what they're doing right now, I think for them, the best way to control the balance of pass and run, I think right now is to run the ball on first down if you want to run the ball. But don't run the ball on 2nd and 7 or 8 because that their defensive line as far as rush defense is really good. And you might be in a 3rd and 5 situation like you were a couple minutes ago before you kind of got bailed out, So, I mean, there's that situation where I don't know if I'd be running the ball on 2nd down against Michigan necessarily. So, they trust Penix enough to make a play, and that's really what it is. So that's one of those where I think we saw in the Pac-12 championship where, I thought for sure they were going to run the ball, with 1:30 left in the game, just run the football. And, they got Penix throwing into the flat. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, like what's going on? But they picked up the first down on a 3rd and 8 or something. So I just think it's a wild trust that they put in him, and it's probably good trust that they do. Just let him go out there and sling it. I think that's really what their mindset.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point there. The way that Michigan has been set up in the zone defense. If you watch the tape, Michael Penix, he's had games where he's thrown 400, 300-yard passing. So you're probably going to get into that zone. You got to cover up those 3 wide receivers because if you don't, Michael Penix, you've seen his deep ball. He can just sling it down there. It's going to be boom, early touchdown there. But you did bring up also a good point. They run on first down, but we've seen on – the early downs here, once they get into 2nd and 5 and, 3rd and 7, they're still running the football here. So we'll see if that continues for Washington here. But looks like there might be a little bit of injury there. Looks like Washington, I don't know.
Dylan Johnson.
Yeah, Dylan Johnson. Yeah, not good. That's the same ankle that he hurt against Texas. So that is not a good sign there. We might see more of Nixon, the backup running back for Washington, but that is definitely not good news for if you're a Washington fan. So see one of your leaders go down early, 2nd and 10. Nixon in the backfield, Michael Penix in the shotgun. Odunze going to do a little wide receiver screen, and it works. Man, that works.
Really good play.
That's what Washington's bread and butter it feels like. It's that wide receiver screen, either send McMillan or Odunze out in the flat, and there you go. That's another first down. So both these offenses, it's different offenses. Washington is going to be more of that air raid passing attack, even though that they're really not. And then Michigan, really wanting to establish that run game so far. So 1st and 10, almost to the Michigan 25. Penix once again, looking at his options, that one's going to fall incomplete to Nixon, the running back there. So we're definitely had to keep track on that Dylan Johnson injury, obviously for our betting, because we had Dylan Johnson getting a touchdown. So that would definitely not be good news for us. Would not be good news for Washington. So that is already an early injury that we'll be watching. There you go. We already see Dylan Johnson back in the game. So that is good news for Husky fans there. So it looks like he got a little bit nicked up. I feel like he's not 100%. He's probably at like 80, 85%. But
right.
If he's playing in this game, he's not going to miss this game. He's an absolute warrior. It's a national championship game. Really nothing to lose there. So 2nd and 10, McMillan, do a little jet sweep, and that's going to be good for about 6 or 7 yards there. That's going to be set up at 3rd and 3 with 6:22 left. And Washington still driving here. Might be 4-down territory a little bit early. I know it's early, but this is feeling like, if you can really, Michigan drew first blood. The one thing that you want for Washington to stay in this ball game is to go score for score. One team scores a touchdown. You don't want to settle for 3. So I would not be surprised here if they don't get this 3rd down that we see Washington go for it.
Yeah, I just feel that Washington's probably going to go for it, knowing
– I mean, it's like 31, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's really –
There it is, Dylan Johnson. There you go. So I feel like both of the offensive lines, you've already seen it. Michigan, they're getting the push, and Washington's already getting the push. So the over's looking good so far. I know I don't want to jinx it, but both of these offenses really moving the football effectively so far.
Yeah, right now, I mean, still 5 minutes, 5.5 left to go in this one. 1st and goal for Washington. Yep. On a 10-play drive right now, you've burned almost 5 minutes.
Give it to him. There he goes. Okay. Well, that's not going to be enough. See there, that Michigan defensive front really gets to him. There's going to be no gain there. It's going to set up a long 2nd and goal from about the 10-yard line. We see Dylan Johnson exit. We'll probably see Nixon, the backup running back. But this is really going to open up a lot of plays here. The 2nd and goal, the only way to convert that is to get to a touchdown here. So you're probably going to see one of these elite receivers get open, and Michael Penix is going to be able to find him there. So you really see that. Go ahead.
But if I think you're Washington, you're okay. Like I said, with running the ball on 1st down, you're okay with that, knowing.
Oh, there you go. They hand the ball off anyways. And another jet sweep. So they're really liking that jet sweep. That time was the Polk there. So 3rd and goal, you won't be able to do a jet sweep anymore. You got to open up your pass game here.
Yeah, I mean, here, if you want to go for it, you really need to get inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah.
If you want to have a chance to do that, this is really a prime situation where you need, and you're going into the Michigan end zone as well. So a heavy ask, for Michael Penix, but you have one of the best wide receiver groups in the country. So I wouldn't be surprised if they spread it out and you see a Penix run to try to get in the 5. I mean, there's multiple things that can happen here.
And they take the timeout there, so they're going to be able – man, they already spent 2 timeouts, so that's going to be critical. I know it's only the first quarter, but you definitely want to have those timeouts, say if, you have a minute drill to either get this game, a late field goal before going to the half, because if you forget, Washington deferred to the second half. So Washington, whenever we get this thing kicked off in the second half, Washington will get the ball. So let's go ahead and revisit our first quarter question. We do have one comment in the chat here. If you're just joining us, our first quarter question was, what 2 teams played in the first national championship in the playoff era? And the first comment that we have rolling on is from Neil, FSU, Oregon. You got one of the teams right. FSU did not get in. Actually, FSU, Oregon played in the semifinal. Yeah. If you remember, Oregon absolutely wiped the floor with them. It wasn't even close. That was one of the last games that we saw Jameis Winston play for the Seminoles. But Neil didn't get it right. But Jacob, do you have a crack at this?
I do. I think it is Oregon and Ohio State.
And if you can get bonus, that is right. And bonus points, who won that game?
I believe Ohio State won the first college football playoff.
Can you get even more? Who won the MVP?
Oh,
I'll give you one.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Beat him.
Yeah, so
Beat Zeke.
I think it was pretty crazy. You think about the fact that if Florida State, potentially made this playoff, that we could have had a repeat of what had happened. I mean, knowing what Georgia
Oh my
did to them a
God.
couple weeks ago, that's pretty crazy. But yeah, those two teams were really good then. I mean, that was Marcus Mariota era,
And
and that
Cardale
was
Jones too.
Cardell Jones era, and I thought that those are really good football teams back then. So not a lot of guys from Oregon from that team are still playing. That are not a lot of them have really successful careers in the NFL. Even Marcus Mariota, I mean, that's one of those cases. But a lot of guys from that era. Now that Alabama team from that year, was that AJ McCarron?
I don't think it was AJ McCarron. Was that like because I think there was like it was like they went on like a stretch like they won the national championship. They had like Blake Sims, I believe it was like I believe it was
Yeah.
Blake Sims, and then you had Coker. Whenever they won, I believe in
Yeah.
like 2015 or 6, I can't remember. Like they had like these quarterbacks that you would never think that would make it to the national championship, but it's Alabama, of course.
That wasn't that was that Derrick Henry's team as well?
Yeah, it was Derrick Henry. Yep, that was
Okay,
him.
but there were a lot of good players, like, think about it, from those teams. I mean, you had Jameis Winston was the best player, offensively for FSU. I think defensively was probably, Jalen Ramsey was probably, the best player for them. For Ohio State was Ezekiel Elliott.
That team was loaded. They
Um
had Michael Thomas too on that team.
Michael Thomas on that team. So yeah, they had a lot of firepower on that team.
Yeah, speaking
But
of
getting back
firepower,
to
Michael Penix, he got some firepower too after the timeout, 3rd and goal from about the 8-yard line here, about a little bit over 4 minutes left to play here in the first quarter. I feel like these quarters just absolutely fly in the national championship. But Penix on the shotgun drops back and going to be finding. Oh, that's going to be over the head of I cannot see these like last names. Their last names are so small on that one.
that's Roma Dunze. So
Oh, it is Roma Dunze. I should know that. I mean, the dude's an absolute boss. So, like you mentioned, they didn't really pick up anything on that one. So you're probably going to be looking for Washington to get 3 points because you drove all this way down. You don't want to risk anything. Take the points and go home, pretty much.
Right. Yeah, it's just a situation where, if you're Washington, it's definitely a one-on-one matchup that you want to exploit there throughout the game.
And
If you
20
can
yard.
get
Oh my
Dunze,
gosh, that like barely.
and you couldn't fit a piece of paper between that ball and the
No,
and
you
the
couldn't even if you tried. But that one snuck through there, 25-yard field goal. And if you kept up with Washington's season, that kicker was awarded a scholarship, I believe, after the Oregon game, after
right.
he made that clutch field goal at the end of it. So definitely a story to watch there. But 7-3, yeah, look on the face. I was like, yeah, I'm just happy that went through the upright. So 7-3. Washington drives down the field, gets into goal and go territory, but has to convert to only 3. So give credit to Michigan's defense there. Bend but don't break, as we always say here.
Yeah, I mean, Washington's defense got a big rest there, so I mean that's a long time that Washington was on the field. But that's Washington's style of offense is bleed the clock, run the clock, but they score a lot of points, and the reason they score a lot of points is because they get quick, long plays. You saw a couple of plays of 20+ yards on that drive, so I think that there's a lot to look at from Washington's standpoint. From the first drive there, you were able to pass the ball quite a bit. Penix threw the ball, 7 times on the first drive. So, he's already got 41 yards. So, I mean, you were looking at possibly a 100-yard, 150-yard, first half for Penix. So, I mean, there's a lot that can happen there. McCarthy, on the other hand, only 2 passes there for 16 yards. So, I mean, they're both playing their style of offense right now. I mean, nobody's really gone an extreme direction that they normally don't go to. So I think now it's just a battle of who can get stops defensively and turn it around and put points on the board. You drained Michigan's defense right there. Biggest thing for Washington is to get a 3 and out on this drive, I think.
Yeah, I think so. You brought up a good point. I mean, the drive was over 6 minutes. It's going to come down to what defense is going to tire out. Washington didn't look good on defense. Michigan, had their troubles, but getting that early stop, in a game which could really go into a high-scoring shootout. We're going to look back at that drive, and that was very key there. But definitely a good point there. As you see on the stats, JJ McCarthy didn't have to do too much on that drive, just two passes on that one. He had that Donovan Edwards 41-yard touchdown run to really seal it, and then Washington's first drive. Michael Penix was pretty much Michael Penix on that drive. You saw Dylan Johnson and then also Nixon the second, their running back. So really everybody's getting involved. You had three running backs get involved for Michigan, two running backs get involved for Washington. As we have another comment rolling in, Jacob loves Ohio State. Yes, that is sarcasm, folks. If I've ever seen it myself. So we're back to action. Obviously, we're also going to be tuned into the commercials because we do have some EA Sports is going to be giving us some new information on the new college football game. So once we get that, whenever we get that, maybe at the half, we'll be going into more detailed discussion on our thoughts of the new game and what our expectations are. But 7-3 early here. Man, I mean, if you're really looking at this crowd, I feel like it's about 50-50 here.
Yeah, it's pretty darn close for both sides here. I thought we'd see a little bit more what they call a maze in Michigan.
We're getting a maze of corn in the stands.
Just there in the end zone. I tell you what, the Huskies special teams unit is on fire right now.
Got a bunch of dogs.
Golly, I mean, they've been saving it up, it seems like. But no, 2 stops inside of 15 yards. I mean, that's pretty wild. Inside the 15-yard line for Michigan to have to go down the field again and do the same thing they did on the first drive. A lot would have to happen already. So a good start from the Huskies. They got a lot of rest on defense. So, yeah, this could be a really good drive for Michigan to stretch their lead out, or it's a good chance for Washington to get back in this game and take the lead.
And speaking of dogs, we'll have our dog of the week picks, tie that into the MVP. That'll be later on, probably in the third or fourth quarter there. So the first play, we see Blake Corum only get 3 yards there. So starting to see some early push. And that's what you're going to need to be seeing from this Washington team. I mean, they got to start attacking this rush game because first drive, Donovan Edwards, boom, already got that. So really seeing some early push here for Washington. So we got a 2nd and 7 here for the Wolverines. Neil brings up going to start needing to take a touchback. Yeah, I mean, you're going to get blown up and get some rough field position. But we saw it on their first one. They started from the 15 and boom, a couple of plays later, then the touchdown. JJ McCarthy finds Roman Wilson. There he is. I mean, hey, Jacob, that's good for us. What was that, like 30 yards already?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big pass.
That is.
For them downfield. I mean, but that's what you want to see from Michigan's offensive line. I mean, they held that lineup completely. I mean, they didn't move.
37 yards.
I mean, he had all day back there to throw. I mean, that's just a situation for Washington where if that's the case and you have a linebacker, you need to send a linebacker, at that point. I mean, just to get some pressure on J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, a couple of plays already. Michigan, you see there 12.4 yards per play. They're really gashing this Washington defense. Almost had a near pick there. That would have definitely helped their defense. But what are you seeing early on from this Washington defense? So, I'm not really impressed with them so far. Are you impressed with them so far?
I'm not. No, I haven't seen anything that's really jumped out to me. It's been impressive. I think the secondary has to step up in this one. I mean, it's a tall order to stop Roman Wilson. And McCarthy's going to be looking for him. 3 for 4 for 55 yards already for McCarthy. So, yeah, him and Penix could both have really big nights tonight at this rate. I mean, defensively, both teams look a little slow.
My gosh, there he goes again. He gone. Donovan Edwards show, I guess. I mean, that's already 2 touchdowns for him, 1 for 44. The other looks like another 40-plus yard one. 46-yard rush touchdown. So they're just gashing him early on. This is not what you want to see if you're Washington. You're already down 13-3 with this extra point going to be 14-3. So we talked about it. The struggle was that Washington rush defense. They ranked I know that they're ranked 40th, but Texas, their rush game was able to get it going, and then Oregon, their rush game was able to get it going against them. So they're gonna have to. This is turning into Michigan brand of football. They're just running it up and down your throat, and Washington cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, offensively, Washington's got to get on the gas. Now you can't get behind, especially at the end of the first quarter with Michigan going up early. Same thing that we saw last week with Alabama and Alabama and Michigan was, Michigan got out to a quick early start before Alabama actually got into it really in the second half. I mean, thing here, look, pre-snap, Washington really doesn't know what's going on. I mean, that's part of the issue. I mean, they just don't know what's coming. They think it's a run to the side and a bounce back really kills them with nobody on the right side of the field defensively for Washington.
Yeah, I mean, you see there, I mean, green grass or green turf, whatever you want to call it. I mean, he gone. Like, he turns on it feels like he's only going to get like 5 or 6 yards, and then boom, he hits that open hole and he's gone. So, I mean, you thought going into this game, like, this is going to be the Blake Corum show, but it's like you never know. You have 3 talented running backs in Michigan, and we're seeing Donovan Edwards. We saw it throughout the regular season. We saw it last year against Ohio State whenever he had those really key 2 touchdowns that really vaulted Michigan in that one. So early on, 14-3. I feel like this is flashback already last year. I don't think it's going to get to 65-7, but you never want to get down, double digits early on. So this feels like a must to not get a field goal, but to get a touchdown here.
Yeah, it just feels that this is the point where Washington has to do something because now they're getting behind. 2 touchdowns for Michigan already. I mean, I didn't see 2 touchdowns for Michigan happening this early. I mean, and if they did, it was going to be more of a 14-14 game if that was the case. But little to no rest for Michigan's defense. Now you're back on offense. I think Washington has to throw the ball deep. I really think they have to take advantage of down the field.
Yeah, they got to here. As you see here, Michael Penix going into the line, maybe audible into another play. We'll see if we have that early down, first down run here. We don't. We see another shotgun pass here. And Michael Penix takes off and runs, slides. Looks like that's going to be enough for 6 to 7 yards there. So good pickup there. Whenever you don't have it, just take off and run with your legs. We see Michael Penix do it throughout the regular season there. Once again, he uses his legs to pick up a couple of yards.
Yeah, I feel like he waited a little bit too long, too. Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those where, that's one of those cases where they were looking for the deep pass downfield right there and just didn't have it. You got positive yardage out of it, move on. 2nd and 5 now, I mean, that's where you want to be.
Another run there, pitch to Dylan Johnson. Don't get much. I mean, this Michigan rush defense, they're playing really good brand of football here. And so far, this first quarter has been dominated by the Wolverines.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan's rush defense has really played well. I just don't think Washington, I mean, you haven't seen a deep ball thrown downfield yet. One thing to note is this staff, this refereeing crew of officials, they really are prone to throw the flag for pass interference. They have the highest percentage of pass interference flags thrown out of any group of officials.
And they are the national championship crew. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, so I mean that's big there. McMillan
that's big for Michigan, but definitely bad for Washington. I mean, another score here. This could definitely turn to get ugly here. I mean, Sandstrill, he's an absolute dog. Like, that man is one of the best cover corners in the country. You see there, really, McMillan trying to get away from him, but he puts his hands on and really wraps up. So really good coverage there by Sandstrill there as you can't go for it here. You got to punt it away, and you're going to punt it away to a Michigan offense that's really dominating you on the front with their offense, with their line of scrimmage, and Donovan Edwards already 2 touchdowns here. So not a great punt either. I mean, that rolls all the way down. Yeah, it works out. So that's going to be another, long drive that Michigan, their first drive, they started from their 15. The next one, they started from their 17. And now they're going to be starting for their 21. So 21 seconds here. Michigan probably not going to do too much here before the end of the first quarter, but we'll see here as Neil brings up Washington kick coverage is solid. It definitely is. But outside of that, I mean, anything else coverage is non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, the second and third longest touchdown runs, in college football national championship history, by Donovan Edwards, first being Derrick Henry. Yeah, I just feel that it's absolutely paramount for Washington to get a stop here if they want to be in this game.
You see there 1st and 10, another handoff, this time to Blake Corum, and then boom, there it is. Oh my gosh, is this going to be another rushing touchdown? It's not, but yeah, I mean, what is this? Like, this run's probably going to put them to over 160, 170, as you see on the graphic there by ESPN. I mean, Washington only lets up 137, and Michigan is just absolutely gashing them. There's just no point about it. You see there the offensive line, they're getting the first blocks, and you see there the wide receivers helping there. We see Johnson there get into the second level of that defense, and Blake Corum, once he gets it, he's off to the races. And Michigan's going to be starting the second quarter, real good field position here. So I think this is pretty easy, but who was your player of the game there in the first quarter?
I think player of the game early on is Donovan Edwards. Two
Yeah.
huge runs early there. But also another guy, to look at for them is Roman Wilson. They're not in that situation if he doesn't catch that medium to deep pass down the middle of the field. So I think they're all working together pretty well. A lot of blocking by wide receivers. Offensive line, though, I mean, they really could be the unit of the game right now for Michigan.
Yeah, my player of the game, honestly, is my unit of the game is the offensive line. I mean, really, like we said, like, this was a top 40 rush defense. I know that's not elite. It's good. It's a probably say, to be in the top 50, that's where you want to be for college football defense. You want to be a top 50. But if you look at Michigan, they're a top 10 in both rush defense and also the pass defense. But you're really looking at these two line of scrimmages. I always felt like going into this game, Michigan had that advantage. They have beef on both of the sides of the ball here, and that offensive line, like I just brought it up, not only is the offensive line getting involved, but you looking down the field and the receivers, they're doing the dirty work. They're getting their hands dirty and doing some really good blocks here. So, I mean, this is really dominant. What we said, that if Michigan's going to win the national championship, this is what they have to do. It's a balanced offense, but looking at that balance, it hasn't really been balanced. It's been a lot of rush because they don't need it to pass, because they're just like, you just hand the ball off and boom, there you go. It's going to be Donovan Edwards. There's going to be Blake Corum. I mean, this is just the most probably dominating first quarter that I've seen in the national championship outside of last year.
Yeah, I mean, as far as balanced teams go, with these two teams being pretty balanced against each other on both sides of the football, Michigan's defense came into play as far as I'm concerned. So Washington offensively is going to have to step it up. I mean, they have to move the ball down the field. They have to get touchdowns because, now you need to stop in backed up, and Michigan's in plus territory. So, I mean, this is pretty close to getting a 21-3 game, early. So, I mean, we're talking Washington's going to have one heck of a comeback in order to stay in this football game.
Yeah, you cannot get down 3 scores to this Michigan team, especially this defense. Like we said, we repeated, this is definitely one of the best defenses in the country. I mean, they've just been doing this pretty much all year. People want to say that they have an easy schedule, but they go to their schedule, and really none of their games are close. Even the Ohio State game, it feels like Michigan really controlled that one. Penn State, J.J. McCarthy didn't even have to throw a pass in that game. So they really dominated every game. The Alabama game, that was a back-and-forth game. That was probably really the lone game if you want to look at Michigan's schedule where they had trouble. They've had some troubles against Maryland early on, but outside of that, this Michigan team looking dominant so far, as we'll see their offense step back on the field here. Already, once again, the red zone, you see there 153 of 174 rush yards there before contact. I mean, if you can't get them on the line of scrimmage, you won't get them at all. So we see J.J. McCarthy in this offense start the second quarter on the Washington 20. Michigan can punch it in and get an 18-point lead, or can Washington get a stop here? We see the offense get what they do, hand it off to Blake Corum, and he's going to get 4 yards, so that'll bring up a 2nd and 6 there. So we're seeing some really good push here from the Michigan offensive line so far.
Yeah, I just think Washington has to get a stop behind the line of scrimmage against Michigan in order to force a punt. That's the situation where you got to put Michigan in some 2nd and 13, 3rd and 13 situations, in order to to get a stop. I think right now at this juncture with the way Michigan's moving the football.
Yeah, you got to get him behind the sticks. So we see Michigan once again in the red zone here. Hand it off to Mullins. That's the third string running back there for Michigan. 3. So that'll set up a 3rd and 4. This is definitely crucial here. I know that you don't want to go down by 14, but you'd rather go down by 18. I mean, you can't afford to give up another touchdown here. Only give up 3. Then you need Michael Penix in that offense to really start rolling here. Because if they don't, this game could turn ugly. We saw it last year. TCU, pretty much the same scenario. We saw Georgia get off to that 7-0 lead, and then TCU was able to get back. And then after that, TCU just didn't really have any stops that they can get. So this is a crucial stop here for Washington. Looks like, you see there, first 3rd down tonight for the Michigan Wolverines, and they're going to call a timeout. And Jim Harbaugh is going to talk it over the offense and see what play they're going to draw out. Looks like we're going to be going into another timeout, a TV timeout. I'm just waiting, honestly, for something to pop up for this video game because who knows when it is. I feel like it's probably going to come maybe at the halftime, but we'll definitely keep track of that.
Yeah, it's definitely probably a half moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, both of these teams have experience recently, Michigan more than Washington, as far as playoff experience recently. But the last time that either of these teams won a national championship, they played against each other, So, I mean, that's a situation where, both these teams have experience history-wise together. But yeah, I think Michigan's learning from their mistakes against TCU last year. That was probably, what they were preaching in the locker room before this game is, just don't make it what last year was, and against a team like TCU, with the 50-plus game on either side. So, yeah, defense definitely showing up this time for them, unlike their last experience in the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, last time that we saw these two teams in the national championship, it was definitely a great game between both of these schools here. We'll see if it goes into this one or it's going to be another blowout, and this is just going to become a tradition of our watch parties. That every watch party that we do is just going to be an absolute blowout, especially on the college football side. Last year that we did the Super Bowl, it was definitely a good game to watch here. So definitely a big play coming out of the timeout here. It's going to be a 3rd and 4. Washington, if they can get a stop here, convert. Like, really, what if you're a Washington fan, you want to block this field goal and return it to the house, and you just need something to flip this game because it's just been all Michigan all the time so far here. So, what are you looking? What play call you expect that Jim Harbaugh is going to draw coming out of this timeout?
I expect probably something to the flat. With that, I don't think they're going to force anything into the end zone. I'd be surprised to see them do that. I think it's probably just get the first down here. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to run the ball, knowing that McCarthy hasn't thrown it very many times. They might run with the 2 running back set back there, get something different, get a different look at them, or play action on 3rd down. So there's a bunch of different things that they could go after at this play.
Yeah, a bunch of different plays that they can draw up. We've seen a lot of pre-snap motion so far for both of these teams. So here we go, coming out of the timeout here, just starting in the second quarter early on here. So if you've been keeping up with us, we'll be doing our quarter questions. The next timeout that we get, we will be displaying that, and then we will be displaying the answer before we get to that. So 3rd and 4 here, J.J. McCarthy, Blake Corum, in the backfield of him, you have that 2 out front on both sides, J.J. McCarthy. And that's going to be that. Yeah, that's a huge play there by Washington.
That's a big defensive play for Washington. Really, first one of the night to force a field goal for Michigan. It's too bad that it's in the red zone.
Yeah.
That they finally make a play, but excellent coverage on defense there. I think for Washington, that's really what they have to have. And now they have to just get turnovers now and convert.
So James Turner coming on for a 32-yard field goal. His long was 50. He was 0 for 1 in the semifinal game against Alabama. We'll see if this one is true. And it's up. And it is. Oh, my gosh. It was almost no good, but we've seen both these kickers just by the skin of their teeth. They get it through the uprights, but I'm sure none of the head coaches care as long as it goes through. So we see 17-3 here. Michigan takes the 2 touchdown. Yeah, that is about as close as you can get there from no good to good there. So good stop by Kalen DeBoer's defensive unit there. Great play there by that corner. So yeah, this is a do or die. It feels like here, like you cannot afford to get another field goal. This has to be a touchdown drive.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Washington goes, I mean, it's just you have to. I mean, that's the biggest thing is you have to get a touchdown here. It's just taking too much to get down the field. I just feel that they're thinking a little bit too much about who they are. I mean, just sling it. Get out there and sling it. You know, I mean, what do you ain't playing for anything outside of this, so go in with the mindset of, you're down 2 touchdowns, you need one here probably before the halfway point of this quarter.
Yeah, all is not lost here for Washington. Like we mentioned, they did defer to the second half, so they will be getting the ball first here. So if you get a quick score, get a stop, get a quick score, then boom, it's 17-17. And by the time that that sequence of events probably happens, you're going into the half 17-all, you get the ball back, and you have an opportunity to really take hold of this. As you see here, versus the pressure, Michael Penix is 0-for-3, and then with no pressure, he's 5-for-5. So this Washington offensive line really has to get going here for Michael Penix to really find one of his receivers and get open and make a play.
Yeah, I mean, this will be the tale of if they're going to have any sort of offense happen. A lot of pre-snap movement for them. Try to confuse Michigan at the line.
Yeah, so we see Michael Penix, Dylan Johnson. Fake handoff there. You get it to Odunze, and that's going to be enough. Pushes him to a first down. So you're probably going to see the tempo start to roll here for Washington. They're already down 14 minutes left to work with here. You want a quick score, not enough quick score because your defense has been on the field for the majority of this. As you see here, Michigan really dominating so far, 235 to 84 in the total yardage. So I think that you're going to see more of this drive. Michael Penix in this offense get established to the pass.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you saw against Oregon. At one point during the season, and Washington really made the most of coming back and fighting back.
And there we go. There we go. I mean, you just find one of your elite wide receivers and you move the chains there. It's a great play there. That'll move the chains about midfield there. So this is, that pre-snap motion is working. You send Odunze out to the left portion of your screen, then you find Polk there for a 20-yard gain there. So at midfield, they hand it off to Dylan Johnson. Johnson only gets 2 yards. So I just don't think that you're going to be able to move much. They were able to dominate the line of scrimmage against Oregon, but you won't be able to move the pocket much against this Michigan rush defense.
No, I just don't think that Washington's offensive line is going to be able to get a good enough push for them to be able to run the football in the middle of the field. At least I think down in the red zone they have the opportunity to do that on short yardage situation, but in this situation I just don't think they're going to be able to do that. But like I said, if they do it on first down, it's okay. It just keeps them honest.
That's going to be a false start moving back. So costly penalty will now move it to 2nd and 13. So you're in Michigan territory for about a play, and then one of your offensive linemen jumps, and that's going to move you back at the 5 yards. So definitely don't want to do that against Michigan. You don't want to go to 2nd and 13. 2nd and 14, that's definitely going to kill you. Really what we've seen in this, why Michigan's in front, that they haven't really been behind the chains, and Washington has been behind the chains so far this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it baffles me. The center, the guy with the ball, is the one that gets the false start on him. That's
guess he forgot to snap it or something.
So Michigan's a little confused defensively. They're going to send the house.
And they almost get to him, but Penix, almost converts that there, but good coverage there. Pretty much double team Polk there on that out route. So it's going to set up a 3rd and 14. And like we mentioned, if you don't get any points here and this, Michigan gets a touchdown or a field goal, this could be a game that gets away from them.
Yeah, I mean, this is really early for stuff like this to happen. 3rd and 14 is not a situation that Washington wants to be in. Um, but I mean, if anybody is going to be able to do it, it's probably Washington. They're going to go empty, 5 wide receivers,
And already, oh my gosh, just
and
costly
another false
penalties. I
start.
mean, you're just gifting
Yeah.
them. I mean, you can't do this against Michigan. I mean, it's 3rd and 14 is one thing, 3rd and 18. They're probably just gonna dump it off to Dylan Johnson, something like that, just to pick up some yardage here. But 3rd and 18 here with 11:18, already down 14. Big play here coming up, and just too many costly penalties here.
Yeah, I mean, the center and the right guard movement. I mean, that's just, ooh.
Yeah, not good. So we have a 3rd and 19 here, actually. They were at midfield, and now they're all the way back towards their own 41 here. So we see another 5 wide set. Michael Penix drops back to pass, and he gets about 15 here. Do you think they're going to go for it?
I think it's a situation where they're going to have to go for it. I
Yeah.
mean, they're in a situation where they need points.
Yeah, they definitely need some points here. So it's probably going to be about a 4th and 6 or 5. Yeah, 4th and 7 actually here. So it looks like this offense is going to stay on the field here. This is a big lose or win scenario here. If they don't get it, Michigan's going to be set up in prime territory. You see there, ESPN Analytics. I feel like that's the lone time that I've seen it actually say kick.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's a situation where there's one-on-one coverage at the top with Adunze.
And they
They're going
send
to send
McMillan out.
McMillan with them to draw him off.
They are going to go for it. So it drops back to pass, and there you go. And wow,
and he
got him wide
missed him.
open, but right
And he
over his
missed him.
hands, and that's going to be incomplete there. So big stop there for Michigan, but man, that's a play that you had him wide open. You get him to his hands, and that's going to be a touchdown.
I mean, that was a walk-in touchdown for Washington and Adunze. I mean that's exactly what you want if you're Washington, is to have one-on-one coverage on the outside with him and McMillan, and he wins
There he
the
was.
battle. The
Nothing.
safety
Nobody.
drifted over. I mean, that is a situation where you need to complete that. I mean, and that's a situation where I think it's more on Penix than anybody.
Yeah.
And it's because he threw it over towards his back shoulder. I mean, I would have just let him over his head, inside. I mean, if he's turned that way and he's going to look that way, you need to throw it really on the inside there rather than outside. I mean, there was really nobody with him anywhere remotely close. I mean, all you got to do is complete it right to him.
I mean, yeah. You said could definitely be a swing. Like if he completes that pass, we're looking at 17-10, and all of a sudden Washington's back in this game. And now Michigan gets some prime field position. They're starting from their own 47. I mean, dink and dunk, and then boom, they're already up 24-3. So if Michigan ends up, either putting up a field goal or advantage of that costly mistake, I mean, Washington really needed that one. Definitely a costly mistake. I don't know if there was any pressure in that one. Looks like Washington offensive line really held up there, but I think it was just a missed throw.
Yeah, I mean, a little late pressure there at the end, but I mean, it was kind of after the pass. So I just think, yeah, Penix, that's just a pass he has to complete. We saw one on a previous drive where it was kind of a bad throw on a pass out in the flat. So it looks a little shaky right now offensively, throwing the ball. But they're getting the matchups they want for the wide receivers. Just a couple of big plays away from being a close game.
Yeah, definitely. So, one of our Sports Scramble, he hits it on the head. Washington really needed that one. Yeah, we definitely talked about it. Coming out of the timeout there, they really need to pick up that 3rd down there. They didn't. Then they went forward on 4th and 7. They had his man wide open, Rome Odunze, and if he caught it, there was really nobody there. There was really broken coverage there. Odunze got in the back half of that secondary, and that would have been a walk-in touchdown, would have been a different story. But now we're looking at a different story here that Michigan's going to get some prime field position here. So let's get into our question of the quarter here. I'm going to save the MVP one here. I feel like we need another quarter to really decide that. But we're going to do a little national championship trivia here. When was the last time Washington won the national championship? We'll look at that with about 3 or 2 minutes left here before the half. So think about it. If you're in the chat, Jacob, also think about it. Also, I have to think about it as well because honestly, I don't even know this one. So I'll have to ask my good friend Google. Definitely a trusted source there if you would have to imagine. But when was the last time Washington won the national championship? Leave your answers down in the comment section down below. All right, we have another one. Yeah, Donovan Edwards, he's been cooking, absolutely cooking. I mean, early MVP, early dog of the game candidate there. Wade gets his first guess, 1982. I don't know if that's just because Taylor Swift or whatever. I guess I don't know, but definitely a good guess. So we'll see if that is the correct answer or not, as you see here, total guess. So Michigan back on the field here, starting at their own 47, 1st and 10 with about 10:27 left to go here in the first quarter. Blake Corum back behind J.J. McCarthy, and they hand it off to Corum. And there you go. That's about the first. We can write this down.
That's the first stop for negative play.
A tackle for loss.
Other than the sack on McCarthy, I mean, that's it.
Yeah. That's about it. So really good push there. 2nd and 10. Like you mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Washington has to get them behind the chains, get them to a 2nd and 10, get them to a 3rd and long, and make J.J. McCarthy beat you through the air here. So we'll see. I mean, the beast himself is back in the backfield. Donovan Edwards already has 2 touchdowns here. We'll see if he gets his 3rd, but 2nd and 10, man in motion here. J.J. McCarthy in the pistol formation, and we'll see what he does here. Rolls out to the left and does not find. So good coverage there by Washington.
A lot of holding offensively for Michigan there too. I mean, they had 2 guys held up on the right side of the line.
Oh, that was lovely. I couldn't see with all the staff on the side.
So, I mean, that's really a situation where on the right side of the line, I mean, absolutely got the guy wrapped around his head. So, there's an obvious situation there where, it could be a 3rd and 20 here.
Yeah.
I mean,
so this is huge here. 3rd and 10 for Michigan. For Washington defense, you got to get on the field here while you can here. So Michigan draws back the pass. There you go. That's what we want to see from Washington. We want this to be a good game. There we go. That was exactly what they needed. We see this Michigan offense with their first 3 and out. So really, really good stop there for Washington. You give them good field position, but your defense really locks up in your offense. Probably won't have that great field position, but then unless you get the key stop.
Yeah, depending on the punt situation here, I mean, really, good coverage really all the way throughout from the line of scrimmage. A little slip there at the end, but an overthrow from McCarthy. Yeah, so I mean, special teams has been the name of the game so far for Washington to keep them in this one. So we'll see how they take care of that. That's a
back to the end
really
zone,
deep punt. I mean,
my God.
That's a situation where punting, that's a miscue for Michigan. Now, you turn it into only a 20-yard, really only a 20, 25-yard punt after all that, with the touchback. So Washington's still in this game, surprisingly. I mean, as much as they needed the touchdown, it's now in a situation where they still have time to go get a touchdown and it be a touchdown game coming out of half, and they can go and get another one on the first drive back.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go ahead and revisit our question of the second quarter. When was the last time Washington won the national championship? Wade said 1982. That was not correct. You're very close, but yes, it is. Hint, hint. It was in the 90s. Jacob, do you have a guess?
I knew it was in the 90s. I think it's early 90s, though.
Okay, you're hot.
I'll go 91. 1991 was the last time Washington won.
Ding, ding, 2 for 2 here. I mean, 1991. I don't know who they played, honestly. I just looked up when they won it, but bonus points there if you guessed 1991. Wade, you cheated. There's no way that you didn't look up Google. You pretty much just said what we just said. But Neil, close guess there, 1994. That will not be the last national championship trivia there. Quavo. All right. I guess it's a Quavo. Oh, yeah. His number is 91. Yep. There we go. Gotta love the Migos. So whenever you could tie that into the trivia here. So we have not seen anything about the new video game. So like Jacob said, it's probably going to be the halftime, which we're hoping for. Because we really don't have much to talk about at the half. We'll probably spend the first couple of minutes of our halftime break talking about the first half, what went right, what went wrong for both teams, and hopefully we get at least something. But if we don't, probably be going to a little bit of a break because obviously I want to get hydrated because we've definitely been talking for a while. So we might do that. So we'll see. We'll play it out if there's any new information that comes out on the new EA Sports College football game that everyone is definitely excited for here. So coming out of the halftime break, it's got to be touchdown, Washington right here. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think Washington needs a touchdown here, to be in it. Even with the field goal here, it's still points. But accuracy from Penix has to be the key in this one. I just don't think he can miss throws, if they want to stay in this game. And their top three wide receivers are really getting open. And they have a chance on defense down the field, or offensively down the field with the secondary of Michigan. So we'll see what happens here. I just think there's a lot of adjustment on the line. I think it can confuse Michigan a little bit, and I think that's Washington what they're looking for.
So we see the Washington offense back on the field, and already some pressure there, and they're going to be behind the chains. So really good pass rush there for the Michigan defense, and that's not definitely the right answer that you want to see here for the Washington offense. We keep saying that they need a touchdown, but every time that they either get a false start penalty or their offensive line, oh my gosh, that center got bulldozed right there as we see.
That's a situation.
That's just bully ball right there.
Yeah, that's a situation where you just got to throw the ball down to Johnson. I mean, that's just a situation where you cannot get sacked. I mean, throw the check down, get some yardage, and move on. But now, I mean, you're backed up way back here, and that's.
Well, now you're almost backed up there, and that's going to be incomplete. That hit the ground there, so it's going to set up a 3rd and 22. He's trying to do a little bit of acting. That was a catch, but that hit the ground there. So you're seeing a lot of pressure coming in. I mean, this defense is really getting after Michael Penix. This offensive line is getting pushed back. The tail of the first half has been Michigan really controlling both the offensive line and the defensive line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure on Penix right now. I mean, offensive line has to hold up Penix. If they're gonna win this game. So yeah,
so 3rd and 22.
3rd and 22 is a lot.
Yeah, this is a lot. See Dylan Johnson in the backfield, probably just for blocking or maybe just to be there for a check down. It's going to be a check down. Probably won't get all 22, and he doesn't. So that'll be another 4th down. A quick turnover on downs there for the Michigan defense. So, with 8:23 here, we always talk about, the team that gets the ball first is definitely key. You'll have your opportunity to get a 2-for-1. But if this Michigan offense coming back on the field for 8 minutes, they're going to be thinking, hey, let's just wind this clock down, get either a field goal or a touchdown and go with a really big lead into the half.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Washington, you need a turnover. Definitely need a turnover. So really first opportunity for us to see a punt situation with Michigan. Last week in the Rose Bowl, 2 muffed punts inside the 15-yard. Inside 15 yards for Michigan. So I think that's tough for even, and they won the game. So that's pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, see John Harbaugh there. We'll be seeing the Ravens in action, not this week, but next weekend they host the number 1 seed. That will be our next watch party, the Super Bowl watch party. We'll see. We see the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl, but they're definitely one of the favorites along with the San Francisco 49ers. Definitely one of the top 2 teams in both the NFC and the AFC there. So Michigan will step back on the field here with 7:45 left to play here before we get into the halftime break. So J.J. McCarthy, as we've seen on first down, Blake Corum show. I mean, it's been the Donovan Edwards, Blake Corum show so far as they get 7 on that first play there. So they're picking up some yardage. That's much on first down where Washington was able to get them behind the chains. It's just been Michigan just plowing through that defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're just playing bully ball right now. They're going to go backup quarterback here.
Oh, well, this is definitely going to be to read op till it stop it.
And a lot of movement.
I mean, full-on formation going on towards the right side. It's probably going to be to read op, maybe a little bit of RPO action. There it is. And if he gets it to the wide open, he's going to be gone. And he absolutely puts the hit stick on number 7 there. So definitely a good play there by the backup quarterback as he gets – and he's going to be staying in the game. I mean, like we say, read op it till it stop it, baby.
Yeah, that's crazy to see that. Colson Loveland with really good blocking. I
Yeah.
mean, that's what you want to see out of your tight end, definitely. So, I mean, that's the most he's really done. A big hold there that's missed.
Oh,
I mean,
how
that's
did they miss
huge.
that?
That is
That was
really
a
bad. I
blatant
mean,
hold.
we haven't seen a call against Michigan, I don't think yet in this game.
Nope. It's just, we've seen only the 2 penalties were the 2 false starts, both by Washington. We see another RPO there, and he probably should have handed it off to Donovan Edwards. Not much either way there. So Washington really bogged him down. We'll probably see JJ McCarthy come back, and yes, McCarthy will step back on the field in this 2nd and 8. Time ticking down here, 17-3 here. Michigan has the lead here in this national championship game in Houston. So we'll see what play that they draw up. We see here, I mean, you look at the defensive line, they're already tired. I mean, it's not even the 3rd quarter here, and Michigan already has 200 rushing yards there. Really good defensive stop there. So it's going to come down to a 3rd and 6. Coming in is probably an injury timeout. We have a Washington Husky player that's down on the field. See what happened here. Oh, yeah.
Well, arm stinger, huh?
Yeah. A little bit of arm stinger. Hopefully it'll be all right.
I mean, Blake Corum's got some tree trunks for some legs, so
Yeah.
I mean, that's
you don't miss many leg days.
No, I mean, definitely hope for the best for him. That's not good for their secondary.
Yep.
For Washington.
For sure. Sure. Get into this. Trying to see if we have any ad reads that we can knock out here. Let's knock out a quick one here. Let's do SeatGeek. So if you're looking for any tickets, whenever the college football season is going to be wrapped up, you got the NFL playoffs, the Super Wild Card weekend will be, and we also have college basketball, NBA going on. You'll have college baseball come here. And the next coming months here. So if you want to save some money on your first purchase, you can use code BELLYUPSports. That's all uppercase. That's BELLYUPSPORTS. So that's use code BELLYUPSports for 20% off of your first purchase. Visit SeatGeek.com, or you can download the mobile app. Definitely, you color code it. Green means you got some good deals. Yellow deals, and you can still buy them, but definitely stay away from them. Don't even click it. Just don't. Just go for the green deals. Save a lot of moolah. Use code BELLYUPSports. If you're a first-time user, if you're not, just create it like a burner email, and that way you can still save 20% off your first purchase. So, SeatGeek, thank you for sponsoring both our watch party, Belly Up Sports. Definitely a great community that we've been a part of here. So 17-3 here, 3rd and 7. This has to be a stop here for Washington. You're really getting down to almost the halftime break. Get a stop here, get your offense on the field, and hope you can finally get that touchdown that you've been looking for.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation. This is crunch time for Washington. I mean, this is definitely a time where they need points and they need it quick. So, yeah, I didn't see it being a 17-3 game.
Yeah, who had Washington only have 3 points scored so far?
That's crazy to me. So, yeah, I mean, offensively, total yardage for Washington, I don't think they've broken 100 yards yet. I mean, that's the part for me that is shocking. So, I mean, Penix has 95 yards of offense, but, I mean, for Washington, they haven't ran the ball, at all. And I didn't expect them to. I mean, Penix is going to have to throw it for them to win this football game. McCarthy, on the other hand, hasn't thrown the ball very much, but their run game is getting it done. I mean, that's what they've done all year, and I think it's probably a case where they can just run the football all they want. I mean, that they're gonna set up run plays for their running backs for the majority of this game, and I think the second half is going to be a lot of run plays.
Yeah, especially with
Yeah.
the way that this Washington defense, I mean, they've been on the field the majority of this first half. You can continue to just run it up their throats. They're going to get gashed, and you can just wind down this clock. So 3rd and 8 here, 5:38 left and counting on the clock here before we reach the halftime. So this is a big play here. You know, they're able to get a stop last drive. Let's see if they can get back-to-back stops. We see Donovan Edwards, they get stopped. I feel like if they hand off the ball, this is going to be a go-for-it situation here for Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, 4th and 3 it's probably a situation where, well, they're listing it at 4th and 2.
All right, and they're listed to 4 for 3 on my screen.
4th and 3, so 4th and 3 here. But, yeah, I think it's definitely a case where they're not sure right now what they want to do.
I mean, I feel like the way that your defense is playing, they just. I agree with this one. I mean, I feel like the way that your defense is, if you're a kicker, you can pin him deep inside the 5, maybe inside the 10. You definitely do it, and we get a timeout. So maybe Harbaugh is thinking over it. May be going either for a long field goal attempt. You know, they're at the 39, but maybe they go for it. Maybe they kick it. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, they're probably thinking about it here. I mean, they're probably thinking more about offense. I mean, McCarthy's in the middle of that huddle. They're thinking of drawing up an offensive play. It looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. I think that they were just trying to draw them off sides on that first one. They're like, nope, they weren't budging, so let's go ahead and pull the trigger and go for it here. Because if you keep the chains moving, you keep the clock moving, and you get some points to go into this one, you can build that lead going into the break.
Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like they're going to be talking it over here. You see, the Washington is pretty much the only category that they are winning at is the pass yards, 95 to 55. But that's more of that. McCarthy hasn't really been called on to pass because they've just been so dominant in the rushing department. And Penix, he had that first drive where he was 3 for 4, and the offense was really moving. But outside of that, the Michigan pass rush has really gotten towards it.
Yeah, I think it's a situation probably where you're going to see a run right here. I don't expect Michigan to throw the ball here at all.
They're going to stick to their bread and butter. You got Blake Corum in the backfield there. They pretty much just been running the same formation, out of the shotgun, out of the pistols, pretty much been the same formation coming out there. So it's going to be a 4th and 3 on the Washington 39 there. We'll see if they go to one of the receivers or they just hand it off. Looks like it's going to be that
play
is
for Washington.
Big
play.
Is not only you get the stop there, you get great field position there. So you're pretty much flipping the field there. You saw a couple of drives ago, Washington went for it. They didn't get it.
Yeah.
Michigan, was the 3 and out. And then we're seeing this one. Michigan was able to get that quick first down, but outside of that, Washington secondary, back-to-back drives, really stepping up.
Yeah, I just think it's probably just a bad idea to throw that. That's just a bad idea to throw that ball. Good defense by Washington there. Definitely a good job. I mean, that's 2 times that we've seen that happen in a row on back-to-back drives for Michigan. Where they've kind of made a bonehead mistake throwing the football.
So we see Penix and the offense come back into this one. Still out of time. There you go. That's what we want to see there because we haven't seen that in the past couple of drives. Like
I mean, that's the most open. That's the most open offensive line that they've made. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you are seeing a little bit of limp there. I mean, you can see his ankles; they're heavily taped there. So, as he's definitely not 100% there, but really good play there. You want to start off this drive good. You get a 6-yard run there for Jalen Johnson. You get a 2nd and 4. It looks like they're going 5 out wide. Penix is lonesome in the backfield, and you get a quick throw there. So, yeah, that's exactly what you want. And now don't get any penalties and keep on moving to make this a 7-point game.
This is Washington's offense now. Yeah. Now they're gonna speed it up a little bit. This is definitely their offense.
Yeah, look for them to go some tempo, and there they go. I mean, they're handing off to Johnson again, and only gets 2 there, but you're starting to see some holes open up here for this Washington rush offense.
Yeah, I mean, you're still okay. I think running the football there, the lanes are opening up. You're spreading Michigan out, keeping them honest, and I still think it's an okay case where, 2 yards on first down is okay if you're going to keep throwing the football. In Penix's case.
Yeah, definitely not the worst thing in the world to get there. I mean, you got a 2nd and 8 now. We'll see Nixon in motion. Looks like it's going to be. to Odunze there. It's going to be enough for that first down. So continuing to move the chains here as you're getting under 3 minutes to go here.
Yeah, what a wacky situation right there. Like it looked like it was a wide receiver screen, and
You just
the
ran into him and I was like,
offensive
whoa, hey, you're not
line
supposed to be here.
kind of just yeah, that's a weird situation right there. But hey, they got the first down. This is the best drive so far that Washington's put together.
Yeah, outside the first drive, this has definitely been. You just got to keep it going. I mean, this is not over. You got to get a touchdown here. You get a quick throw to the tight end there, and it's enough for the first down. So I think that
Yeah.
I think you're gonna start to see more of a slow down now. You don't want to get too much time left for Michigan. You're gonna get the ball back in the second half, make this a 7-point game, and then come back after the halftime break and make this, pretty much a game that's going to be come down to the second half. So really good play there by Penix, and they continue to move the chains.
Yeah, I mean Westover is a really good tight end for them as an option.
What the? All right, yeah, I think that was just a busted play there. Too much pressure there. Looks like it was going to be a screen.
I just think they're waiting for the deep pass downfield. I just think Penix is waiting for that option, and Michigan's trying to bring enough pressure to where they can't throw it downfield. And I think Penix is just trying to take what he can get. And in some respects, I think that's probably the right thing to do. But here you go. You're going to have one-on-one coverage at the top of the screen with Odunze. You're going to send 3 out wide at the bottom of the screen. So this is definitely one-on-one coverage that they want if you're Washington.
See if they take that shot. They do.
And there's
like
definitely going to be a flag there.
Doesn't look like it's going to be
no
a PI.
Flag. Wow.
I think he just tripped up on the turf, it looked like. I don't think there's any contact. We'll see on the replay if there was. Yeah, it looks like he just tripped and fell.
Yeah,
there was a little bit of push, but I don't think it was too much of a push to warrant a flag. So
it was a little bit of a grab, but it was.
So let's just say if they get like 4 or 5 yards, do you think that this would be an opportunity for Washington to either kick the field goal, take the points going into that?
I just think they have to go. You need a touchdown. I mean, it's tough to say that in the first half that you need a touchdown, but they do.
So let's see what they can do here. 3rd and 10. Odunze looks like he's open, and that's got to be a PI. Yep, there we go. There's the penalty. That's our first penalty that we've seen on Michigan. We're already almost into the half, but yeah, like Penix, I think that he wanted that same flag on that last play. We get it there, so that'd be a free 15 yards, and they're going to be set up in goal-to-go territory. So this is definitely a key play here. A couple of plays you might see here for Washington's offense.
Yeah, I think this is the situation where you need to balance. You're in the red zone now. Oh my God, absolutely.
He was dragging all over.
So definitely a situation. It was a late flag. Penix was going to lose his mind. But yeah, I think even Odunze's wide. Look at that. He's wide open.
Yeah, he is wide open.
That's crazy. So now here you go. You're going to run heavy on one side here. It's probably a run play.
Might be. We'll see if they can pick up a couple of yards on this run play. It is. Dylan Johnson barrels towards the 5, only gets 3 on that one.
3 or 4 yards, yeah.
Yeah, you just want to keep the chains moving. As you see the clock is winding down, I think in this Washington offense, you're going to see them start to slow down. You don't want to give Michigan too much time here to work with and try to, steal some points here. You want to, get this touchdown and get out of the half here, only down by 7. Really feel good about yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is momentum time for Washington. I mean, they really.
Whoa, that was what the Dylan Johnson? Oh my gosh, I thought that he was going to score there. I thought that he had the blocks. That looked like it was set up for a touchdown there.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a situation where they could score.
I mean, he is limping as can be right now.
He definitely got his legs taken out. I thought that they had the edge there.
Look at that.
Your guard
they had it.
Your guard sealed the edge and he missed him and just went over the top of him and he knew it.
Yeah,
I mean that's just. Just
if you make that block, that's a walking touchdown.
Yeah, that's
definitely a big missed block there. Yeah,
if not a touchdown. I mean, if not a touchdown, it's inside the 3-yard line. That's.
I think it would have been. I think that he would have cut really right, and that would have been a touchdown. So you see Michigan take a timeout there.
They're out of timeout, so they've really sold out. For the first half. with a minute 30 left, I mean, it's going to be hard for them to get any more points in the first half. If you're Washington, you get a touchdown here. I would stay. I mean, Michigan's going to run the football, and you have a timeout left. So, I mean, you don't want to have to take your timeout on this drive, but say if you need it, obviously.
Yeah, so this is a big third down here. We'll see if they can get a touchdown here, make this a game. So this is going to a Penix run. Okay, well, if they call that, they got to be going for it now.
Yeah, that's definitely.
There's no way that you draw that and don't think in the back of your mind that you're going to be going for it. So that was a call that, like, you get a couple of yards and then you go for it. So, I mean,
but I like the call.
On the field.
I don't dislike the call because, I mean, it's a situation where if you don't get it, you're going to back Michigan up inside the 5-yard line. And it's basically a dummy situation where you're going to go into the half at 17-3. So, I mean, that's another situation that you got there. So,
yep. Well, I think they're probably going to be taking a timeout here in 3 seconds. Oh, nope, they get it off. And what the? Okay, there we go.
Touchdown. Oh, and a flag. So
I think it's pass interference.
It's going to be decline. Yeah, it's going to be decline
by Michigan. There we go. A little bit of the gritty there.
It's definitely going to be decline.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of tugging and pulling there by Michigan. So it's probably going to be decline, going to be a touchdown. Yep, pointing right towards you, number 2. You're the candidate for this pass interference. Holding. It's going to be a holding. That's going to be decline, and it's going to be 17-9. So really good play there. Find your wide open receiver, McMillan. And the momentum starting to shift towards the Huskies going into the half as long as you can get this stop going into the break.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a bonehead play. Like, why did Harbaugh take the timeout? Knowing that the clock's running down, all you've done is gone into a situation where it's now going to be a 17-10 game. And
he makes it, 17-10.
A 17-10 game, and you left time on the clock where if you don't take it, it's probably under 20 seconds. I mean, so you left a little bit of time there. I mean, I would expect probably Michigan to just knee it and go into the half with the lead.
I think there's still 40 seconds. I mean, there is that scenario is, you don't want to cost a timely turnover. Washington's right back on the field and has opportunity to tie it, and then they get the ball back here. So I think that I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan takes a couple of shots here, but also you don't want to do anything stupid to really turn this game upside down.
The fact that Penix pointed to the pass interference and then still had the wherewithal to throw it to the open guy in the end zone is kind of funny.
Look at the press box. They're going absolutely bonkers there. That's exactly what they needed here. So let's roll some comments towards here. We got a couple of comments as we've been chatting. So 17-10, 42 seconds here. Chet on the way, boys. So Chet will be joining us after the half. Neil brings up that next year's college football playoff schedule will be announced. So we'll definitely get into that at the half. We'll be that. And then we have our good friend Josh Mahler. Definitely go tune into his show, Rising to the Occasion. Some great content that Josh is doing really good. So I've been waiting for this offense to settle in and get rolling now. And we anticipated. Yep. I was getting a little worried that we were going to have a flashback once it got to 17-3, and then Michigan was driving. It was going to be 24-3. But nope. I think that we're good for now. Hopefully we get a good game here. And then we get a really good game going into the second half and really a fight to the finish between both of these teams. So we'll see what Michigan does with 42 seconds left. 1st and 10 on the 25 of their own. So we'll see if they just hand it off and go to the halftime break. No, they do not. Drop back to pass, and you have Loveland to tie it in. And I don't think they're going to be running it anymore. I mean, they're set up now almost to midfield. Look for Michigan to at least steal 3 points here.
Now, there are no timeouts, so, I mean...
Well, it's not like the NFL where you get the running clock.
Yeah, that is a case where, I mean, they're going to have to complete stuff.
Well, it is a running clock. My bad. It's a new rule. Sorry. Oh, there you go. Gets not out of bounds. That was not
that's a bonehead play for Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get out of bounds there. You got to really keep that mental clock. You only got 20 seconds and counting. You're probably going to get – looks like they're going to clock it there. So you have – 16 seconds, 3rd and 3 though. So I mean, if you're Washington here, you got to stop them here. I mean, you don't want to get you don't want to go down 20-10. You want to right here. You get 17-10. You get the ball back starting in the second half. So yeah, that was a boneheaded play by Johnson.
Yeah, what are you thinking if you're Michigan? I mean, he turns to cut back upfield.
Like, just throw your body out of bounds at
Right.
that rate.
I mean, field goal range, yeah, it's at the 35-yard line for all
So we
intents
see
and
it.
purposes. But
Yeah. So we see a 3rd and 3. McCarthy drops back to pass and doesn't get anything. So
way out
4th
of
and 3
bounds.
now. So you probably won't see anything from Washington. I think that Washington, you're going to get this ball and pretty much just be happy what you're at right now and down 7 going into the halftime. So we'll see. I don't think that. Wait, is there? Okay, well, Harbaugh's going for it. Okay. This would definitely be a bad scenario if they don't get it. What is he doing?
They're gonna punt.
There's no way that they go for it.
They're gonna take a delay of game and punt.
Oh yeah, that's what they're doing. I was about to say, there's no shot that they are that stupid to go for it on a 4th and 3. And the Penix, you could just throw it down the field and be 17. So
I just think they're probably gonna give their punter more room, knowing that he pounded one through the end zone the last time they punted. So,
but no, it's a rough start for Washington. But you got to feel good about them going in half.
But think about it. I mean, it's a situation where it's 4th and 3. Do they run a fake punt? I mean, a lot can happen right here.
I have no idea. But I wouldn't be shocked, though. I wouldn't be shocked if Washington just kneels it once they get it. Maybe we'll see if their punt returner can get an opportunity to take this one to the house. We'll see. We'll see where this one ends up. And, well, it doesn't even look like Washington wants to do anything with it. And, wow, what a punt there. I mean.
3 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be
definitely a kneel down for Washington.
Definitely a kneel down. Won't see anything too crazy here. We'll probably just get this kneel down, and we'll go into the halftime break.
But how crazy would it be if they just launched it?
Just do like a fake.
Dude, just one-on-one coverage and just beat the guy and chuck it? Like, that'd be nuts, dude.
I would love to see that.
Because, I mean, there's going to be zeros on the clock, so I would be shocked.
I don't think it's going to happen.
They ain't talking. They're really not talking.
Like, all right, guys, let's just kneel the ball. Let's just drink some Gatorade. Let's go ahead and get to the locker room.
Yeah, they're taking stuff up. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
You can't knee it in the end zone, dude.
So there we go. 3, 2, 1, and that'll be at 17-10. It looked like it was going to be a Michigan runaway, but this Washington offense settled in. They're going to get the ball back there. So we see Michigan 17-10 at the half. So let's go ahead and get into our game leaders, and then we'll talk about how this half went. We'll get a little bit of a break, and then we'll see if there's any news. We're still waiting. It's been 2 quarters down if there's anything. But passing leaders for Washington is obviously Michael Penix. He's 12 for 20 for 125 yards. Through the first 2 quarters, Dylan Johnson is the leading rusher for the Huskies, 9 carries, 26 yards. And then the leading receiver for Washington is Roma Dunze, 3 receptions for 35 yards. And then on the opposite side of the football, McCarthy, 5 for 11, 81 yards. Donovan Edwards, he's definitely been the man of the first half, 3 carries, 93 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then Roman Wilson, 1 reception for 37 yards. So betting world not looking so great for us, but you know what? You still got 1 more half to go. So what was, like I mentioned, it wasn't a good start for Washington, but they really settled down and made this game going into the half.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think, the unsung hero that's not in those leaders for Washington is Jalen McMillan. I think that, you drew the pass interference call and you also caught the touchdown. So big plays for him there. Also on that drive, Jack Westover is really 3 catches on that drive, 2 catches on that drive for 21 yards. Both were first downs. So 2 big plays for him. I just think Washington's running game has to get going in the second half. We saw them spread them out a little bit there on that last drive. So that has to continue to happen for them to get back into it.
Yeah, that's got to. So before we get to a little bit of a break here, we're going to go ahead and take a little break, hydrate here, and then Neil sent us over the college football playoff schedule for next year, actually for the next 2 years. But since we won't get into 2025, 2026, we'll get to that. Remember next year's show. So let's get into the 2024-2025 college football playoff schedule here. So the first round games here. So the first game is going to be kicking off on a Friday. So that's definitely interesting here. You'll have an evening kickoff based on the schedule here. So that will be on December 20th on 2024. So the first round will get kicked off. So yeah, one game on Friday. Then you'll have the rest of the first round games here. You'll have 3 on Saturday. You'll have an early afternoon kick, so probably an 11 a.m. Late afternoon kick will probably be like a 4 or 5 o'clock kickoff. Then you'll have an evening kickoff, probably be a 7 or 8 o'clock. That will be on December 21st on a Saturday. And then your quarterfinal games, you'll have the Verbo Fiesta Bowl will kick off your quarterfinal games. That'll be on Tuesday, December 31st. So we'll have the quarterfinal games on New Year's Eve of this year. And then you'll have the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl on Wednesday, as well as the Rose Bowl game and the All-State Sugar Bowl. That will be on New Year's Day, January 1st, 2025, to kick off your new year. To ring in 2025. Obviously, we're not going to talk about that because we're not even hardly into 2024. But you'll have early afternoon kickoff, a late afternoon, and then an evening kickoff. And then on Thursday, on January 5th, so you'll have 8 days off. That'll be the semifinal game, the Capital One Orange Bowl, and the Goodyear Cotton Bowl will be on Friday. So a little bit of spacing out between, I guess, the two, you could call it the two semifinal playoff games. And then this is really late. I mean, January 20th, 2025 will be the national championship on Monday, which will be in the ATL. So what are your overall thoughts on that schedule? I mean, I can send this to you. That way you get a better understanding of that. But it's looking like you pretty much get a month of games, which I'm definitely excited about. Looks like you get all the New Year's Six spaced out. You get the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, Peach Bowl, Rose Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Orange Bowl, and Cotton Bowl. So, yeah, that's all the New Year's Six there will pretty much be your New Year's Six games. So let me go ahead and send this to you. That way you get really a better description of it, because the eyes, you want to be able to visualize it. So what are your overall thoughts on this playoff schedule? You know me, I'm excited for the first round games, getting some home atmosphere. It's going to be a lot of fun. But outside of that, you're looking at starting on December 20th and finishing all the way to January 20th, which I believe that would be the latest that we've seen the national championship.
Yeah, I mean, I like the on-campus games. I honestly would like to see the on-campus games through the quarterfinals. I know it's kind of weird, but yeah, I like it. I like the on-campus games. I'm really happy with that. Quarterfinals is good there. All New Year's Six games for the quarterfinals and semis, and then the national championship. So yeah, exactly a month of games from December 20th to January 20th. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of football ahead. A little longer season for these guys, but then again, the NFL is a longer season now. So they've kind of added to that, and really, from the end of college football to the end of the NFL is going to be just a couple weeks. I mean, that's hard to believe that it's only going to be about 2 weeks from the national championship to the NFL Super Bowl. Right now it's about a month apart, so it's going to be a little different with that coming in. But I do like it. I think on campus atmosphere for a lot of these schools, like think about Washington and Michigan. These two schools having home field advantage in some games. But think about it. With your top 4 teams getting a bye, they lose that home field advantage situation there. But it also gives the teams that sit in that 5, 6, 7, 8 spot. It gives them a little bit of home field advantage, and it makes something out of them being inside the top 10. When it comes to those games, because 5 through 12 are going to be playing. So that's definitely a situation where I like to see the fact that it's going to mean something to be number 5, number 6, and number 7. When it comes to playoff time.
I think that the main, look at the layoff that you have between these games. The first round games will wrap up on the 21st. And then you get pretty much, if you play on 31st, you get 10 games. I mean, not 10 games, 10 days off. I think that's about right from where the rest that you have from, the national championship is about a week. And then, that runs all the way to, 12/31 all the way to January 1st. And then you have 8 days. So it's like you're getting pretty much like 10 days from the first round game. So that's like a long layover. Like, think about if you're, one of your first round buys, it's pretty much like how it is set up right now. So, say if you're like a number one seed, you potentially like would end your season on the first weekend of December and not play until January 1st. And then after that, you get 8 days off. And then after that, you get 10 days off. So, they are getting a lot of rest in between. But that's definitely a note. Like, you would honestly, you might not even want, I know it's like more games and stuff, but don't get me wrong, but it's kind of like basketball. Like, you want to build your momentum, like the first round games, like you get your win, you get a period to rest, and the other team pretty much gets like a full month to prepare for that game. So who do you think would have, the advantage in that one? Would it be the team sitting home for a month, or the team, coming off of that victory in that first round game?
I mean, the first round victory is probably going to be really big, especially if it's the home team winning that first round matchup. Winning in front of your home crowd, is a big boost. So you don't want to see that, you know, fade off. And for the teams that don't play, I mean, that's a long time of not playing competitive football against another group of guys. I get you can practice and everything else and prepare, but I mean, I just don't think there's any replacement for getting out there and actually playing against another team. So I honestly, that's why I said I really think it means something to be in the middle of the pack there. There's a lot of teams that could be in the middle of the pack that haven't gotten their shot, at the national championship or the college football playoff, for that matter. So I think that's a good twist. I think it's a good addition to it all. Yeah, sitting at home for too long is going to be really bad. That's why I like, there's only a week difference between, uh, the semifinals and the national championship games. So that's why I like the fact that there's not too much late on time. I mean, football's long as it is. It feels like we've been going at it for half the year. So I think that it's a lot to take in, and these in the off season these guys go back to school. I mean, that's the thing about it. So they really have to think about finishing up, before the semester gets going in the springtime, because that's really when they get their schoolwork done and everything. So you also have to think about that. So it's but football is a bread and butter thing in college football now. They get paid, and these guys are gonna be making a lot of money off of new video games, endorsement deals. So I mean, this is a full time job as it is with football. It's not just a hobby for these guys.
Yeah, definitely. So we definitely appreciate Neil sending over that info to us. Definitely like the schedule. Definitely going to be excited for the new 12-team playoff. The format's pretty much already set. Your Power Five schools will get that automatic bye, and then you'll have your Group of Five be that automatic, probably be the 12 seed, and then you'll pretty much have from 6 to the 11 seed pretty much be like an at-large. So it's definitely going to be a lot of fun, a lot of changes here. And we're seeing here on the commercial the USFL and then XFL are merging towards them. So it's going to be everything's changing pretty much in football. So it's definitely going to be some exciting times here as we get into the halftime. So we're going to take a short break here, come back with us, and then we're going to be talking about starting to talk about the second half and what both teams need to accomplish to be able to hoist that trophy. So we're going to pull this out and enjoy the next couple of minutes off. So if you're in the chat, go ahead and grab you a cold one. If you need to, replenish your thirst or whatever, grab something to eat, do it. This is now the time, and we will be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back in. We are back from our break. Halftime is over, and we are now kicking off the third quarter to see if Washington can tie this game up. It is 17-10 right now is our score update. Third quarter is starting on, so let's get right back into the action. We will see what this Washington offense can do here. They were able to get that late touchdown before the end of the half, and then that Washington defense really rose to the occasion there. Drove all the way down about midfield, so now we see Michael Penix in the 5-wide set, 1st and 10. Looks left and looks like he's just going to throw this one, almost a pick. Is it going to be a pick? And looks like that's going to be ruled an interception. So already the tides are turning here early in this third quarter as we see Michael Penix throw intercepted. So that is definitely not what you want to see there if you're a Husky fan coming out of the break. So it looks like Michael Penix was trying to find Rome Odunze there on the left side of your screen there. I just wasn't – he was double covered there, great coverage there. And, looks like – well, I don't know. We'll see. It looks like they're probably going to have to go down into the booth for this one. We'll see. It looks like he's got it in bounds there. So it looks like that's going to be a rule to catch, and that's going to be a rule to interception. So already really a turn of events here, like Jacob and I said. And one of the keys for Michigan to win this game was to win the turnover battle. And if this one really stands, this should definitely count. So Michigan – going to be in plus territory, and if they get a score here, this could definitely be some early momentum. We're always going to talk about that early momentum going out into the half and into the third quarter there. So early possession there by Washington looks like it's going to be failed, and Penix looks like he's holding his ankle, so we see J.J. McCarthy in the offense. Going to be handing it off to Blake Corum, cuts back inside. Looks like that's going to be about 2 or 3 yards there. So it's going to set up a 2nd and 7 there. So already a change of events here in the start of the third quarter for Michael Penix in this Washington offense. And, it looks like he got stepped on by one of his offensive linemen there. And just, I don't know where he was looking. Number 20 was open, and then he wasn't. So definitely not what you want to see there for Washington, but 2nd and 7 there. They send 4 out wide to the left of the formation. They have Blake Corum in the backfield. They hand it off to him again, and there he goes. This might be a Blake Corum touchdown. No, it's not, but it's going to be good enough for a first down, and we're seeing that push that we saw by this Michigan offense that we saw early in that first quarter there. So good push there by the Michigan offensive line as we see Blake Corum get another first down there. So we see Michigan in the red zone once again, and they've just been gashing them. So definitely going to keep an eye on Michael Penix and that injury. Looks to be okay, but looks like he might have to get that ankle taped up there after that injury on that last drive. So that's going to be a false start penalty. It's going to move Michigan back, so it's going to set them up for 1st and 15 there. But still a good field position for Michigan with 13:40 to play here in the third quarter, up by 7. So not a bad scenario for Michigan. I mean, this is a great scenario if you're Michigan too. I mean, you're coming out of the locker room. The momentum is starting to shift to Washington. They got that late touchdown, but coming out of this with that interception, I mean, you get some prime real estate here. And if you can, at least get 3 points here, get a touchdown, that would be great to get you up 24-10. But even going up 20-10, that would definitely be huge for this Michigan offense. So 1st and 15 for J.J. McCarthy in the backfield, hands it off to Blake Corum, and that's going to be good enough for 2 yards on the ground there. So it's going to be 2nd and 13 for this Michigan offense, looking to add to their already 7-point lead here. So we'll see what they draw up here. Jake and Chet's going to be joining us shortly here. So we're going to have some more guests joining us. But for now, it's just going to be me really talking over this game here for the Michigan offense. Might be another false start penalty, and it is. So we see another pre-snap penalty for this Michigan offense, and that will pretty much put them back to where they were there. So not happy for Shamon Moore there, the offense coordinator. You don't want to see this Michigan offense go back, and they're just killing themselves. They had that 1st and 10 run by Blake Corum, and then back-to-back false start penalties to put them back behind the chains here. So really costly penalties we'll see if it comes back to haunt them on this drive as they now have a 2nd and 18. Look for a pass play here from McCarthy. Looks like Donovan Edwards back in. They said Loveland in the motion, and that's going to be batted down for an incomplete pass. So that's going to set up a 3rd and 18. So this is going to be a huge, huge third down play for this Washington defense. Your offense, they turn the ball over. But if you can get a bend, don't break. I know you don't want to go down by double digits here, but I mean, you would rather take 20-10 than 24-10. So great play there about defensive tackle. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name there, but did you see there on that stat, Michigan is 0 for 4 on third downs here. So we see J.J. McCarthy back in the motion. Maybe another false start penalty. It doesn't look like they called it, and looks like that's going to be a 3-yard gain there by Loveland. So it's going to set up a 4th down and long. That's going to set up a field goal. So great job there by the Washington defense. As a bend don't break mentality that they've been having all game. Their offense gets that turnover, but they were able to hold them to potentially a field goal, but we'll see if Michigan can knock this one true down. So it's going to be a 38-yard field goal attempt by James Turner. His first one that he made was from 31 yards. 38-yard field goal coming up. Let's see if he can bang it home. And it's going to be right down the middle. So Michigan able to get some points off that costly turnover by Michael Penix to make this game 20-10 in favor of the Wolverines, as we're going to be going into our first break here in the first not in the first quarter, the third quarter, excuse me, here. So 20-10 after that costly interception there. All right, so let's go ahead and get another question of the game here. This is going into our third quarter. We already had our first quarter, our second quarter questions. This is going to be towards our end of the game. This is where we want to get our chat involved again. And it is going to be who will be the MVP of the national championship. Jacob, who would be your pick right now? We just saw a costly turnover there. Also, before we get to the MVP, what do you thought about that sequence there? You're muted, sir.
Sorry. First for Washington. I don't understand. If you're going to throw the ball away, chuck it so far out of bounds that they can't get it. Yeah, really a bad play there for that offense. But I think defensively, that's the best stop that Washington's had. No thanks to the Michigan offensive line for doing whatever the heck they were doing there. So, yeah, I mean that's probably the best case scenario for Washington.
Yeah, definitely. So, yep, big stop there. So, Jacob, we're about three quarters into this game. Ask this question, who will be the MVP of the national championship so far?
Right now, the MVP of the national championship, that's a tough one. I'd probably go Donovan Edwards. I'll probably go Edwards.
And I'll go Edwards, too. Looks like we have a consensus Edwards here. But we will put this question again. I know that we use this for the third quarter, but we'll also be using this for the fourth quarter as well. So we'll have one more question of the quarter coming up whenever we get to about the end of the third quarter. I'm starting to think that we won't get crap about EA Sports college football because we didn't get the first half. We didn't get the half. I think that was just a bunch of bogus lies just to get us hyped.
Fourth quarter?
But who knows? There's still a lot to be played. But once again, reminding, if we do get to 300 subs on YouTube, we will be giving away a $20 Fanatics gift card. So, if you wanted to, save some money, and we're going to be doing a little bit of a giveaway here. So we're going to be giving away a $20 Fanatics gift card once we hit 300 subs. And that could be during this stream or it could be after. But nonetheless, we will be doing that giveaway once we hit that mark. That's been one of our goals, to hit 300 subs. Obviously, we want to get more, but obviously, the YouTube journey is just one step, take it forward here. So what are you looking at here? Washington, this is another, at least get some points here because you get that interception and now you want to get some points to get yourself back in the game.
Yeah, I just think this is a time where a touchdown is big. I think touchdown is massively
Hello.
huge for Washington. What's up,
What's
Chet?
up, everybody?
What's up?
Oh,
I see I haven't missed much.
No, you haven't missed too much.
20 to 10. I've been keeping up with the game through the live stream.
Yeah,
through
you've
the
been
watch
missing
party.
our losing on betting. None of it has hit yet.
How are we looking tonight? How are we looking?
Well, first of
Not
all, we
good.
took Washington to win. That's not looking good. And we took Michael
Took the
Penix to
over.
throw 2 touchdowns. He hasn't thrown – well, he's thrown 1, so he just needs 1 more. And then we need – what else? Let me
We
just
need
pull
the
it up.
over to hit.
Yeah, the over to hit. That's not looking
55
good.
and a
It's at
half.
30.
Maybe you
And
get
then
a
we
bunch of
need-
points scored at the very end.
Yeah, this is what we need. We need McCarthy to get over 22.5 rushing yards. He hasn't run for diddly squat. Dylan Johnson touchdown. Looks like he's not even healthy. Roman Wilson touchdown. That's hasn't happened. So yeah, the only thing that
Is Johnson even playing?
He is.
he is, he's very hobbled though.
He's just trying to suck it up for him.
Pretty much.
I mean, the game's not out of reach yet. I mean,
No,
it's a 10-point
it's not like
game.
last year. I've been saying it. It's not like last year where it's just absolutely over.
Yeah.
That's a big first down for Washington.
Yep, they need it.
Get this.
I guess I'll keep this rolling on the bottom. Just a reminder for everybody.
Yeah, keep it going.
What are we at? Give us a live sub count, Chet.
Let's see. Let me pull it up right now. Last I checked, we were at 280.
280. Oh, got a little bit from this.
Yeah, so keep it coming. Like I said, when we hit 300, are y'all ready to have Josh pop in here and kind of give his thoughts?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
All
have
right,
him in here.
Let me get him an invite here.
Come on, boy. Come on.
That's a big
Keep
run.
going.
That's
Whoa,
a big
hey,
run.
hey. Whoa, what is he doing, this man? Yeah, that's got to
There
be
should be a late flag. Yep, they're going to throw it. Late flag.
Yeah, 15 yards.
Yep. That's crazy. That's so dumb.
That is dumb.
That's so dumb if you're Michigan.
Doesn't number 7 on the secondary look like Donovan Edwards' prototype pretty much?
He does. He's a little skinnier, though. Donovan
He
Edwards built
is.
like a truck.
Well, we've seen him already, what he could do.
He put him in the headlock, and then he pushes him.
Yeah,
like
let me hold on to your leg. Let me go for a ride.
What the heck?
I must be ahead of y'all. Let me pause it here.
Well, yeah. Jacob
I'm watching
and I
the command
aligned
center.
us.
Oh, the command center?
How much time's on the clock for y'all? 10:25.
10:28.
30.
Oh my God! Not another.
All
Oh Jesus, that would have been
Oh.
costly for them again.
Let me pause it here for a second then and get aligned with y'all.
How much
Yeah,
time
we're
are
at
you
10
at?
We're at 10:25.
They just ran the play at 10:25 on 2nd and 10.
Yeah, you're
We're,
not.
we're before that. They haven't ran
Yeah,
the play yet.
we're
Okay.
at 2nd and 10 right now.
All right, so let me know when they're on the play and I'll resume it then.
They're about to snap it right about now. They snapped it and nothing.
There you go. All right, I think we're caught up. Okay, we got Josh in here. Hey, Josh, how's it going?
Ugh.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
We got
Going well.
the host of Rising to the Occasion. Check it in. What do you think of the game so far? Better than last year, huh?
Oh yeah, it's definitely better than last year. It's not what I expected. I made my official pick. I picked with my heart. I said I'm going to pick Washington. I'm pretty sure my prediction was 38-34. It's not looking like that's going to hit right now.
No, not even
This-
close.
This may be a 23-20 type of game here.
Oh man,
27,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
23.
you know, I commented earlier whenever I was watching you guys, and like it just felt like that last drive for Washington. It played out exactly how my wife was like thinking I was stupid because I said, you know, I say you run the ball right here and go to 4th down and let the clock tick down, and they did it. You know, they are able to kind of waste some of the clock. I thought that was a perfect game plan. It worked out perfectly. And then Michael Penix just finds McMillan right over the middle. And then now it just feels like ever since that drive, though, they just can't get anything. That first interception was kind of crazy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, first interception right out of halftime. That was killer. But hey,
It's good.
it's a 7-point game now, 20 to 13. We got a ball game.
it's back to 7. And one thing that I will say with Washington, they're a team all season long that has fought in really close games, and they just find a way to win. So you don't ever
right?
you don't want to count them out. I mean, I've been calling Michael Penix to win the Heisman since he went to Washington, and I'm kind of mad that he didn't get it this year.
Hey, you're not going to hear.
I
guess you
would say
will hear an
I'm
argument
not.
from this side of it. Yeah. Well, it's over, right? It's over.
See,
but,
we had some guys comment on our episode where we talked about, like, hey, it's more or less a question like, do you think Michael Penix got snubbed? And it's one of those things where I think as an LSU fan, you want to root for your guy because he has the better stats. But what matters more when it comes down to the Heisman Trophy? Is it the stats, or is it a combined of it's not just wins? Because I know we had a lot of people commenting saying, oh, you just think he needs to be undefeated. That's not it. It's just in those key moments, who steps up and who actually performs like a Heisman winner. And I loved what Jaden Daniels was able to do. I thought he was a phenomenal player. But Michael Penix, man, he slings the rock unlike anybody in college football.
Yeah, I guess the only argument that I've got for you is if you take Jaden Daniels off that LSU team, we might have 3 wins. I mean, to be completely honest.
Especially with that defense.
That was the big thing.
The
defense,
the defense is definitely what lost for LSU. That's no doubt.
If the Heisman was done after the playoffs, I'd say give it to Michael Penix. I mean, I think he's a college football playoff MVP by far.
Oh yeah.
Hey Tyler, scroll down a little bit on your screen. So we got the game cast showing. We're just looking at a black screen.
What?
On your screen.
It'll show up.
Just runs after. They just do an ad. ESPN loves to just do the ads after they score a touchdown, even though they're making a crap ton of money anyways.
Well, yeah, I missed the first half, so I'm catching back up on everything. But like you said, Josh, Washington winning these close games. I mean, you look at they eked out a win in early September against Arizona by 7. They beat Oregon by 3 after that. They beat Arizona State by 8, beat USC by 10, Oregon State by 2. Washington
the Arizona State game was like a really low-scoring game too.
Yeah.
I think the weather was really bad that game too, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, it was. I just remember, I think I was down in Norman for that one. I guess I went down to Oklahoma and we made it back to Tulsa, staying with my aunt. And, we saw the score of that one. But, one thing that I will say, so I saw on social media during halftime, all these Michigan fans kind of throwing a fit that we should have just been keeping on running the ball. But one thing that you'll notice that with Washington, their defense stepped up and did what they were supposed to do against the run. Just slow down the run. You don't have to stop it, but don't let Donovan Edwards run for 40+ yards on you and score a big old touchdown. I think the second quarter you saw them really adjusting to that well and forcing JJ McCarthy to make the plays.
Yeah, looking at the rushing yards right now, I mean, Michigan's got 227 to Washington's 38. So, I mean, you can tell how they lean on, what side of the team they lean on, or, offensively. So, if I said it before the game, if it becomes a shootout, I'm saying Washington's going to end up getting it done. But if Michigan is doing what they're supposed to do, they're keeping the ball out of Michael Penix's hands, and they're running the ball effectively. So you're killing clock. You're keeping, you're running. I don't know if they've got the time of possession up. Trying to see. Actually, Michigan's only at 15, and Washington. Well, I guess Washington has just had an extra drive, but
Michigan,
it's
the
pretty
time
even.
that they scored, it's been like that.
Yeah. So it's run heavy, wear out that defense, and I mean they're playing the ball game they want to play. So
it's Big Ten football, Chet.
Yeah, Big Ten versus Pac-12. You got a team that's very pass heavy versus
Big Ten versus Big Ten.
Yeah, it is Big Ten versus Big Ten now.
Well, we were talking about this too. What a swan song for the Pac-12 this year. I mean, that was absolutely the most exciting I've ever seen the Pac-12.
Well,
best conference this year.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. The Storms took over Neil. We're coached now. There we go. Hey, that's why we're here.
Oh, breaking news. John Morant will undergo season-ending shoulder surgery.
What?
That just popped across my screen here from ESPN.
Better than him waving a gun around, I guess.
Yeah.
So much for my next short idea.
what were you putting out?
I was going to say, can they still make the playoffs now that Ja's back? But nope, not anymore. They're done.
Yikes.
They're dead.
Well,
I was gonna go to a game. I was gonna go to a game next month too.
Hey, the tickets will be cheaper.
Yeah, they're gonna be dirt
Yeah.
cheap.
They will
You
be.
can probably get courtside seats now for cheap.
I don't know about that.
You can sit next to Ja. You can sit courtside.
Next to his dad.
Yeah, sit next to T.
What's the
Next to
weather like
Pete.
around you guys?
It's
So-
about to be storming.
Yeah,
Calm
through
before
the
storm.
south. I think it kind of started in Texas, and well, I think there's two separate storm cells coming through. There's something out of the Gulf because like Mississippi and Louisiana are getting
plug in the
hammered
gas.
right now.
There we go, Washington.
Yeah. The defense is starting to
Finally.
step up a little bit. Give them a
Finally.
chance.
God
Stop the
almighty.
And see, this is what I was saying. I think, Michigan fans are frustrated that the run was working so well in the first quarter and they kind of gave up on it. But it's because Michigan saw this stuff. They saw what was happening.
Yeah,
really do try to-
Washington's making adjustments.
Yeah, they are. They're very good at that.
Yeah, Washington their linebackers sat back in the first half. Now they're basically sending both linebackers
They got to attack.
downhill every time. So
No, I mean, I'm sorry, Blake Corum is not gonna, or not Blake Corum. JJ McCarthy is not going to beat you single handedly. They rely on Corum and what's Davidson?
We
Is
talked
that the other
about-
guy's name?
Yeah, we talked. With Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. Those are the two guys.
Edwards.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, but we talked about JJ McCarthy the other night on our show. It was like, you look at JJ McCarthy and he's not that talented of a quarterback. I think he's athletic. I think he's a very good quarterback, but he's not that talented. It's just, we were talking like it's just he's got that dog in him. He's that guy. I mean, he got that dog. I mean, he lets it out and he barks. But I mean, did you guys see his? I just saw it. I think it was probably like during halftime. But did you see his remarks about Penix before the game?
I did not know. What did he say?
Yeah, he was kind of hyping up Michael Penix. He said that dude got my Heisman vote. That's for sure. I liked the poise that you saw from him.
that's crazy.
I don't know if you can say that about your competitor right before the game. Maybe after.
Yeah, I mean, after I feel like it's almost a sign of weakness a little bit. But or let me put a different spin on it. Is it him playing into the minds of Washington? Like, oh man, we got another Heisman finalist almost. He was just on the outside.
Right.
We got a dude that got one first place Heisman vote. And he thinks he was a Heisman winner. So.
See, this is what I want to know. How the hell are they going to do this commercial next year with, the West Coast teams are going to have to pan over from like one coast
gonna be
to
like
the next coast?
It's going to be like a 10-minute commercial.
It'll be the middle of the night on the West Coast and then daytime.
Hey, I haven't missed the EA Sports announcement, have I?
No, we got debunked. I feel like
thought it was
just a
halftime.
fraud.
No.
What, the commercial wasn't valid or something? They
nothing.
pulled it right before it went on air?
Well, they have no idea what kind of riots will happen if they don't end up dropping it this June or
They
July.
have to.
Yeah,
Somebody's-
I will grab my pitchforks.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter right now, or X. All I'm seeing is
They're all
people
pissed.
like, we don't care about this game. Where's the EA Sports announcement?
That's why I'm watching the commercials, just to see if anything pops up.
Let's see.
Well, I thought maybe because I didn't tune in right away. We had our big interview, and so I finished that up and then hurried up and ran upstairs and was like editing while I'm turning on the game and everything. And then, like I didn't see anything during that. So I thought maybe I missed something in the beginning of the game. And then like right in the middle of the first quarter somewhere, we ran and grabbed our food real quick and ran back to the house. Got back, but I was skipping through commercials. So I was like, well, maybe I missed it there. But I don't know. I think they're just
Nothing.
They're waiting.
They're saving
It's
it for the
probably
end.
Jacob, you sent me that tweet earlier.
Yes.
Sources are that Jaden Daniels would be the cover athlete. I mean, I'd be buying
You
it.
see
I mean, I'm
the
buying it no matter
sources,
what.
Well, we don't even know a damn thing about
Look
this
who the
game, so
sources, though.
What's the source?
Look who tweeted it.
it's LSU.
Oh yeah, it's an
podcast.
LSU podcast. That's the only thing
Yeah,
I've seen.
but the people who did that, they were going to have info with 24/7 Sports, and usually they're spot on.
Yeah.
Michigan doesn't know how to handle those motions.
Mm-mm.
No.
No, hit
They're
that
freaking
refresh
out.
button on that page there. It's still on the black screen.
Well, Yeah,
Let's see if we can get a game cast. Might have to hit the refresh.
I got you.
I mean, we're Neil's coverage now. He's got to be able to see
Oh,
the
I got-
play
yeah,
by
that's
play.
right. Yeah,
There we go.
And Wade's coverage. He burned
Yeah.
out his
Yeah, Wade's
hotspot
coverage.
there.
He's going from a hot spot to something in his duck camp over there.
Yeah.
Well,
Our other
that's
host,
what I thought
Wade.
was. That's what I thought was funny. That's why I was asking you guys what the weather was like, because one of my co-hosts, Blake, he couldn't even hop on with me earlier because it was storming so bad. And then
Yeah, I'm hoping I
so
make it through.
He's got those, and then he said it was
They're
pretty
real
warm
cool.
still, and up here we had like close to a foot of snow.
Oh wow.
Jeez.
So it rained pretty hard here this morning. I'm in Central Texas, so just a little south of Dallas. And it's here we go. Nice play there. Rained pretty hard this morning. I think it's just moving across the south. But next Tuesday, it's supposed to be 16 degrees in the morning.
Oh my god!
I might not leave my house.
It's
Like-
supposed to be 20 here, yeah.
I'm not
Go
built.
out
It's,
and that's go out in shorts and a hoodie kind of weather for
no,
me up
I'm
here.
not. I'm not built for that weather. It's 50 degrees here and it's too
Jesus.
cold.
That guy.
What was
What
that?
the heck happened there?
That looks like a miscommunication. He wasn't even looking at him. He thought he was.
that?
Oh,
That
he
was
just got
get
his legs
pile
taken
drive.
out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, that's just bad. Wrong place, wrong time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Should have thrown it to the tackle.
We think we're gonna see any streakers across the field tonight.
I was hoping so.
It's Houston.
Mate.
You never know.
I was hoping you'd say
Probably.
CJ Stroud
Oh,
streaking across.
Nope.
So
You think
earlier
that-
in the
go
game,
on.
I felt like Michigan was getting away with a lot of holding calls,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
and then they were also
Yes.
getting away with quite a few pass
Very
interference
good.
calls that I just.
I think he just overthrew him there. And running back
That one-
or wide receiver kind of slowed up. Didn't look
Yeah,
much like
that one
holding.
was
play to go back to.
kind of just miscommunication, I think.
I mean, in the second quarter, you
Yeah,
had a Dunze wide open, and you missed the throw, and that would have been a walk-in touchdown.
Yeah, and that one gets you so close too. Like, think of it just how much different of a game this would have been right now too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh God.
must be an offsides because well,
Yeah, y'all ahead of me. or
No, that
something,
would have been
guys?
a
I'm
free
watching-
play if they start.
Yeah,
I'm
it's false
watching the-
start. They're backing him up.
the command center. So I've got two
Oh.
angles going, and the Michigan players were pissed, and the Washington players were also pissed. So I didn't know who it was that they were upset about.
Throw it deep.
I was kind of
Oh,
hoping
he's-
they would show the
Oh my
false start.
God.
See, they got away with a holding there too.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah.
like that's his
Yeah.
first guy too.
Golly.
If you
yeah,
look at
he
his
wasn't
progression-
holding, he was gone.
Because I wondered why he chose to move on to his next progression, but I go off to your second read.
They're playing man on the top of the screen with the Dunes. Like what the?
They did that earlier
Yeah.
too, and they're gonna pick it every time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he couldn't pull it in.
I mean, that would have been a nasty catch.
Catch the ball. Yeah, it probably wouldn't have been out of bounds anyways.
Threw it out of bounds. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like that too.
He's
it's
all
just-
over.
oh
Look at
my
him.
God!
Yeah.
There's no way
Ah,
they
but
missed
there's-
it again.
There was a push off too, though, so I'm okay.
Holy
with
Yeah.
moly, that's a grab of the jersey right there.
Yeah.
What conference are these refs from? They announced
I'm
that?
gonna guess the ACC, but who knows?
They're either ACC or SEC. Definitely ACC, probably.
Man, I mean, Washington's
punt.
defense is keeping them in it. Yeah, really.
Oh
Fake
no, they're
punt,
probably
4th and 15.
they're probably Big 12.
Big 12?
Yeah, Houston. Oh,
Think about it. Yeah,
Neil's got enough
location.
Pre-game, ACC.
They brought some Texas high school playoff refs.
Shoot, you're not getting many calls wrong in that.
Oh, Neil said ACC. They said pregame.
Yeah.
Like you screwed our team out of the playoffs. Well, guess what? We're not gonna call shit.
Well, I was kind of like, I thought it was funny because all season long you kept on seeing, like, I think Texas was the most penalized team in the Big 12 this season. And then Oklahoma had quite a few. Like that Oklahoma State game was the one where like a big time pass interference, no call in the end zone really kind of decided the last minute, last minute of that game. And then you just saw it like all season long. And Texas was just too good for the refs in the Big 12 game. And then I thought it was funny because they said something about the officiating going into the game, the playoff game. What was that? The Sugar Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, like Texas ended up getting penalized like out the wazoo.
Yeah.
It's like, what did they hire Big 12 refs for that game?
How do they determine that? Do they just pick a crew that's probably got no stake in it no matter what happens?
I think that's usually how they try it.
Yeah, because obviously you can't do a Big 10 or a Pac-12. In the playoffs, you had Big 12, Pac-12, Big 10, and SEC. So all that's left for the playoffs is the ACC and like a group of 5 conference. You get a MACtion, get some MAC refs in there.
So what do we call it next year if it's not Power 5? Is it just a
Super
Power
conference.
4?
It's pretty much
Power 4 with the Pac-2.
Is it just SEC, Big 10, and nobody else really matters?
It's pretty much Big 10, SEC in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we already see that nobody cares about the ACC. Texas and Oklahoma are out of the Big 12, so not much going on there.
But let's be real. Texas and Oklahoma are not going to be able to compete in the SEC.
That's not true.
You got an Oklahoma fan right below you.
I don't know.
That's not true.
I don't know. I just don't see it. It's completely different football to me.
I don't know. I mean, I think I saw a Texas team beat Alabama, and even last year when they weren't as good, they got 1 point away from,
I think
tying
Texas
Alabama.
is going to be able to hang. Now,
And then
Oklahoma,
I think Oklahoma, you saw a huge boost from Oklahoma, what they had in defense from 2 seasons ago. And then you go to last season. Last season looked like you had a little bit different, I guess, a different momentum going into it. I guess a different atmosphere with the defense. And then this year, obviously, was just night and day difference between the defense. And then Oklahoma just fired, or I guess they didn't really fire. They parted ways with their defensive coordinator, picked up the defensive coordinator from Jacksonville State. And I think that's kind of a lead into Brent Venables saying, I don't want to be a part of being a coordinator anymore. I want to be a head coach, and I'm going to rely on my guys to do their job.
That's fair.
Have y'all hired a new OC yet?
Yeah, we've got a couple of guys, Seth Luttrell, and I forget the other guy's name, but they're kind of co-offensive coordinators. I wasn't super upset with their play calling in the bowl game. I did think they passed the ball way too much and didn't try running the ball enough, especially early when you should have tried to ease Jackson Arnold into the game rather than, hey, hurry up and throw the ball and try not to throw 3 interceptions. But I do think if you saw Jackson Arnold and actually picked apart how he played in that game, outside of the 3 fumbles, I honestly think because his interceptions didn't turn into atrocities the way that the fumbles did.
Right.
So if you take the 3 fumbles away, Oklahoma probably ends up winning that game because you have the one down there inside the red zone. That was just, bozo. I don't know. I do think that game turns into a lot different if you take the fumbles away.
Right. Yeah,
Josh,
it'll
what
be.
do you think was the best? What was the best bowl game that you watched, or what do you think was the best bowl game in the season?
Man, I don't know. I feel like personally, I kind of liked the Sugar Bowl if we're going including playoffs. Outside of that, I actually really liked the which one was that? It was the Fiesta Bowl with Oregon and Liberty. Just because you saw all the guys come back for Oregon. You got Bo Nix, and you got Bucky Irving, and then they had a couple other dudes come back.
There's your 2.5 rushing yards by JJ McCarthy.
No, we need 22 and a half. No.
Well, there's 22 and a half right there.
Let's see. I gotta check the stats here.
Pretty close.
I think he got close.
The issue is he's
at 18, of course.
Because of the sacks.
Yep.
It was a 22-yard play.
Oh, wait. Hey!
Go on.
There it is for sure.
Let's go.
He had like 30 yards between those two. So
As long as he doesn't take 1 million sacks, we're all right.
is this all in a parlay?
Yeah, the parlay
yes.
is pretty much dead right now.
Oh
We're on
my
life
God.
support.
We have the over at 56.
See,
Not
I would have
happening.
taken. I would have smashed the over though. I didn't put any
Yeah.
bets on this game because I was like, I'm just gonna stay away from it. It's one of those games where I just could
Yeah.
see it swinging either way.
It was just a bonus bet, so you were like, yeah, we might as well.
Yeah,
Might as
That's
well
correct.
cook up the biggest parlay you can possibly do. It's free money.
Yeah, I mean,
And see what happens.
So my brother had he signed up for FanDuel, got his $150 bonus bet, and put all of it on Florida State and sent it to me. I was like, dude, did you not see that like none of their starters are going in the game? Yeah, but I might as well.
Goodness.
I was like, I know, but I get that it's a bonus bet, but you can still win something from the 150. So
Yeah, you can still win actual money.
yeah, so why not put it on something that you think could actually win? He's like, because I could win $1,500. All right, whatever. I mean,
That's
Big-
it? On 150? Bet Florida
Yeah.
State? That's it? Oh my God.
Biggest I had a big bonus bet win back in March Madness.
oh,
And the helmet came off.
Yeah, big hit there.
I can't
Um,
pronounce three-quarters
do
of these
feel-
names on Washington.
yeah, I
State.
can't either.
Yeah.
I do feel like in the last quarter and a half, Washington's been the aggressor. I feel like they're laying the hits, they're pushing up, pushing down on guys when they're getting up, and
Mhm. They're playing
feel like-
scrappy football.
yeah, I feel like they're playing Big Ten defense right now.
I think they were kind of.
But-
Oh, they go straight to the screenplay again. Look how that one works.
But this is a situation where I feel like Michigan, like JJ McCarthy's a system quarterback for Michigan. Like I just don't think he separates himself from elite into an elite quarterback category just because he's a system quarterback. And I don't see. I don't know. They lean so much on the run game. He's not very accurate with his passes down the field. I mean, that's apparent tonight, but
I do
Well, that
think he
was,
needs another year. I think he needs to come back.
Yeah.
What Wade mentioned last night on the show, Jacob, was that the rumors he's seeing is that if Harbaugh goes, it's a package deal with him and McCarthy wherever he goes.
No way.
Which, if he were to go to the Chargers, that wouldn't really make sense. But the Raiders, I mean,
well, McCarthy's not going to start wherever he goes. I mean, that's the
Nope.
problem.
but he wants
Go
to
to
he wants-
Atlanta.
yeah, anybody can
Maybe.
start in Atlanta.
I feel like that's actually a pretty good
Oh my
system too
God.
with a run-heavy team like Atlanta.
They've got
Yeah.
all the weapons there. It's just, and they, of course, Arthur Smith is no longer there, so they might actually use them. Tyler
will say, I
Bijan
think-
high on the draft boards
We're
next
a
year.
little excited.
What
I
about
think-
Bijan? I freaking hope so because he was dang let down. Thanks,
I
Arthur
think
Smith.
I think JJ kind of improved his draft stock a lot in that Rose Bowl game though, because he
Yeah.
definitely had some like the one I know, the one with everyone's talking about with him catching catching the ball with one hand and then turning around flipping it. That was an amazing throw with
Mhm.
no time at all to react. And then there was even the one where I don't know how you have a ball tipped as hard as it was at the line of scrimmage.
Oh,
And
that
it
was
still-
insane.
And it still comes out as a spiral. That's how tight that spiral is. I mean,
Yeah.
the dude
That was
put some
crazy.
spin on the ball. So I mean, I do think he had some really good throws in that game.
I agree with you, Josh. I think
Jesus.
he should wait to come back for another year. It's a very quarterback heavy class.
It is.
So he's not going to get drafted. He's not a first round talent. Maybe he gets a little works on a few things, his deep balls, and comes back. He could play into a later first round, maybe early second next year.
Yeah, and I think he could even kind of go second round this year, but I just don't think it's a smart move for him or anyone trying to pick him up.
Do you think if they win though, if he'd come back,
No.
go out on
I-
top?
I'm kind of in the boat that if you win, go out on top. If you lose, come back because what do you have to lose?
Yeah.
Sure.
I
All
just
right.
don't know if he can handle. I don't know if he can handle losing back to backs in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
that's tough.
Just had the
That's
same
gonna
question
be
for
tough.
Harbaugh. Like, if he wins, is he gone or?
I think Harbaugh's
This-
gone regardless.
I
thing
think if
about-
Harbaugh wins, he has to leave.
But if you look at it, he's on the brinks of building something like a Saban dynasty.
No,
They've
he
been to the
is.
playoffs
No.
every year.
He is,
They-
but he could be just looking at it, what he's got compared to what he has to go through, I just don't think it's worth it. They're just going to keep on attacking him. I think
That's
he
true.
is
That's true.
got a big old target on his back because if I'm being totally honest with you, yes, I think they should have been punished for their cheating, but the whole recruiting thing, the hamburger gate or whatever you want to call it, that's just totally ridiculous to me. And then they're still going after him for it. That's way too much to me. I think you just have to dip. Be like, you know what, this isn't worth it. I'm gone.
Can we all agree that the NCAA at this point is pretty much irrelevant? They don't need them to run college football. Like, I think the big conferences can get together and have a meeting of the minds and figure out how to do this without them. Because even with the suspensions, like look at basketball. They weren't allowing transfer portal guys to play. And of course the judge grants them the access for a 14-day what's the law term? I don't remember what it was. But you just tell them, look, we don't care what you say. We're going to play anyway. We're going to win games. And then you can take them away from us. But in the end, we know we won those games. And, does it really matter at that point?
That's what I always think is ridiculous. You can't take a win away from me. I won the game.
They made LSU void Les Miles' wins for a recruiting violation. Yeah. We still won. Okay. He has less wins.
We didn't win because I was there. I'm pretty sure I saw his win, but you can't take that away from me, especially as a sports fan. But one thing that I think needs to happen more in college football, and I think it comes down to individual universities, and specifically, I think it comes down to the university as a whole, from the athletic director down. But even head coaches need to be involved, because you've got things like NIL and transfer portal and all this stuff kind of ruining college football in the grand scheme of things. I think it makes it better for some reasons, but as far as it's going, I think it's hurting college football. Mm-hmm. And I think it comes down to self-governance to try to fix the things that are wrong, because you can't rely on the NCAA because they released everything without any kind of bylaws or anything like that. You can't trust any higher governance like the conferences or anything, because they're not doing anything. So I think each school just needs to crack down and say, this is what we're doing now with NIL. This is what we're doing with the transfer portal. You're going to sign contracts from now on because you want to get paid. If you want to get paid, then you're an employee, and this is how we're going to treat it. And I think that each school needs to step up and start doing that to their players.
So I totally thought we were going to see the EA Sports trailer in this commercial break. Doesn't look like that's happening. So maybe they'll show it.
Trailer.
Maybe they'll show it on the screen at the stadium after the game.
that gives me goosebumps watching that dude walk around to every single player and
that was awesome.
A pep talk. That's a Heisman moment right there.
Penix has got that dog in him.
Hey, it's that big Penix energy, am I right?
Big Penix energy. There we go.
Do you think you got made fun of a little bit as a kid?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I've had autocorrect change his name on me before. And be like, oh crap! No, put that back. I meant to type it this way. Trust me.
Okay. A kid in yards.
It's kind of hard to keep on gaining yards though when they already know what you're running.
Yeah.
Stealing all those signs.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him take the headset, put it on McCarthy.
Yeah,
I think they've got. I bet you Connor Stallions is there.
That was a brilliant play call right there.
So have you noticed that every time that Michigan's over there taking a timeout and they're drawing up a play, that there's one guy with a banner that's always blocking the camera?
I said that to my wife earlier. I was like, they know what they're doing. They're like, hey, we stole other people's like this, so we're gonna make sure we block this.
Can't steal ours.
Yeah.
What the? Y'all just see the drop on third down?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it. I just now saw it.
Freaking Butterfingers.
That's rough.
That's rough. He's trying to run before he has it in his hands. Oh. I keep wanting to say this drive is pivotal, but I mean they got 14 minutes left.
I mean their defense is locking them down. Their offense can't do nothing.
Holy cow! What a punt! Good.
Oh my
Stop
God.
being ahead. You're
Sorry.
That's
Let me pause
funny,
it
too, 'cause
again.
Earlier, you were like behind us, and then now you're ahead of us.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm like pausing it,
Wow.
trying to sync up here.
That was a
Dude.
punt.
golly.
He booted that thing.
Oh, wait, are we going to see it here? Come on.
That's the old pitching
Come on.
wedge right there that he used.
NCAA.
Yeah,
No.
isn't that crazy? Think about that with golf. Like, if you were in the end zone and you hit a pitching wedge, that thing's through the end zone.
Going through the uprights all day.
That's it in the damn
So-
roof.
So have you guys seen Kalen DeBoer's overall head coaching record, like dating back to his NAIA days?
Nope.
107-11 or something.
Yeah, you're really close. He's 104-11.
Holy
And then
cow.
right now he's 25-2 with a Power 5 team. He's
Wild.
just it's crazy to think what he's been able to do as a head coach. He's
Who do they have
2-0
after?
2-0 in bowl games, 17-2 in the NAIA playoffs.
That's insane. Who do they have after Penix? Is it a freshman guy? Or
They just
No,
got
it's
Will
gonna be
Howard.
Will Rogers. Good
Or
luck
Will-
with him.
Rogers. Yeah, Rogers.
Rodgers.
Oh, they're gonna be slinging the ball all over the map.
You
So-
know what I see with that though is, so if you think of Michael Penix, where he started off at IU, I watched him at IU and I thought, man, this dude's so talented, but he doesn't have a team around him at all. He ends up getting injured, doesn't play anything there, doesn't really do much. But you could see the talent that he had. He transfers over with Kalen DeBoer over to Washington and turns into a complete gunslinger. Same
Yep.
thing with Will Rogers. Didn't really get to do a whole lot there at Mississippi State, but kind of a similar situation. Not really a team around him, but I think he's got talent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in seeing what Kalen DeBoer is able to do with him.
It'll be interesting.
It'll definitely fit the scheme. I mean, that was
I'm more
downfall of
confused
Mississippi
about-
State this year was that. Why
I'm more
switch?
con- I'm more confused about Oregon than anybody. I mean, they got 2 transfer quarterbacks.
Yeah, I didn't understand that exactly. I understood Dylan Gabriel leaving Oklahoma because you need 1 more year. You realize you're not invited to the Senior Bowl. You're not going to make it in the NFL. Why not transfer? And I totally get going to Oregon. That fits perfectly for him. I'm excited to see him. But then they pick up Dante. What was his
Dante
name?
Moore.
Dante Moore.
Yeah, Dante Moore. I didn't understand that at all because now Dante's going to have to sit another year.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's a weird
Sit and wait.
situation there. How
Like
awkward is it to have Dan Lanning on the cast too?
That is really weird. I think that should not be allowed. He's
That
up there
is so
like on the
weird.
headset calling down to Michigan like, oh, I remember this one, guys.
Yeah.
JJ McCarthy with his pregame meditation.
Well, EA Sports is trending on Twitter, but not in a good way.
What
What a surprise. That friggin' company lets us down every year.
EA Sports.
They're gonna be like, "Psych, 2025."
And they can piss right off. If that's
the top one. Can we get literally any information about
Like
EA
any.
Sports college football?
Stick
And
around.
it's the video of Nick Saban. Quit asking, because I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. Just go ahead and quit asking. Mascot
thought it-
mode in a new EA Sports college
Ooh.
football game announced tonight, or we riot.
Man.
That
Oh,
was
wow.
amazing.
That's so funny.
Oh my gosh, the dropsies.
Yeah.
It was almost a pick too.
It was like really good defense. Oh no, the defense fell apart. Oh, they almost did something and then they didn't.
Just imagine a national championship comes down to the 2-point off conversion.
Oh, that
Oh
would be
my
amazing.
god. That LSU A&M game.
Don't bring that up.
7 overtimes.
That game was over in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Yeah, Michigan cannot run the ball anymore.
It's
Not
like
really.
Washington's locking them down. It's like they need their offense
That's
to wake up.
crazy.
Well,
What
and
the
it's
heck?
all watch Blake Corum run too. The dude is just phenomenal because like on that play, he really had nothing. He may have had a yard, but he's patient, sits back and looks around for more and
His
just hops
vision.
around and Yeah, he finds a small crease and does something with it.
Very Alvin Kamara like.
Very similar.
Waits, and then takes off.
Very similar.
I mean, dare I say that's how Le'Veon Bell was?
Yeah. Well, now Le'Veon Bell has got his OnlyFans
God.
going. If you want to go subscribe to
he
that.
got a yard. Okay, all right, we're okay.
One single yard.
I thought they were about to throw a flag.
Yeah, I was going to be pretty ticked off if they did too.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that you threw it, but
he's still going. And I mean, you got he's staying up. You got to hit him.
Literally the definition of a shoelace tackle.
That's hilarious.
When you stumble like that, just deck him and force a fumble.
I've seen so many quarterbacks lose the football like that.
Yeah.
What's the tip of your shoelace? What's that called? Like they had it on Phineas and Ferb. That's when it became.
Oh my
you know what I'm talking about? The plastic piece on the tip of your shoelace.
I don't even know.
I forgot.
Zaglet? Ziglet? Is it start with?
It's something like that.
Ziglet sounds right.
It's a ziglet tackle. It wasn't just shoelace, just the plastic piece.
Well, your shoelace goes into an eyelet. So
what's the loop? What's the loop on the back of your shoe? Because that's more like what that one was.
Yeah, really.
Oh yeah.
Wow, another commercial. Wow.
Santa Claus. Y'all have a Santa Claus commercial right now?
No, we have AT&T.
AT&T, yeah.
Oh shoot! I need to get off the Command Center cast. I'm gonna miss the EA Sports commercial.
This one, I'm just trying to check Twitter if there's something golly, screw these people.
You think they're gonna show the EA Sports thing on the Command Center?
Y'all got
it's gonna be a flyover, have a Goodyear blimp. Hey, we're coming out in July.
Is it? Are y'all watching Taco Bell? Devontae Adams?
No.
Fidelity. There he is.
Fidelity.
There he is.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you were just a little ahead of us again.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I thought you said there it is. There's the freaking commercial for it.
No.
Touchdown.
Aglet. Neil's got it. Aglet.
Aglet.
In the chat. There you go, Neil. There you go, Neil.
What would we do without Neil?
I know. Let's see. What's our subscriber count at here? Tyler?
What's up?
Pulling it up. We are at 282. So once we hit 300.
Yeah, you guys got 2 more since the last time I heard.
Yeah.
We've been stuck at 270 for a couple of weeks, and now we're moving.
Mm-hmm. It's getting there. Slowly but surely.
That's the way it was for us, man. It was stuck at one number or something like that. And all of a sudden we hit I don't even remember what the breaking point was, and then it just took off from there.
Oh yeah. Once you hit it, you go off.
All right, we don't care about seeing the fans. We want to see NCAA football.
I don't care about no caveman.
All right, let me know when y'all see the dude in the yellow, he's got a yellow Michigan shirt. It's open, and he's doing almost like a horns down, but he's not trying to do horns down.
Yep.
All right, press play.
I'm not. I'm still on Modelo.
Yeah, I'm way behind, I think.
Well, he's at the bottom. He's at the bottom of the screen.
They're showing the replay now.
All right, press play on yours, I guess. Come on, man!
I still can't believe they didn't complete that pass.
Tie this sucker up.
Man, they just now showed that one. That's a touchdown right over in the middle of the field.
If they lose, you can go back to that.
Yeah, that's all on Roma Dunze. This game comes down to him.
Another wide open and didn't even throw it to him.
Well, and I felt like he just didn't understand where Penix was going with the ball, and he turned towards the inside instead of just flipping his shoulders and finding the ball.
Chuck it.
Eric? Oh, my goodness.
I must be a little bit ahead of you guys now.
All right, Josh, pause the TV.
All right.
I don't know where I'm at. No, he dropped it again, of course.
Yeah.
I'll see if I'm
Tyler's back in the first quarter.
I'm on 20 seconds on the play clock.
Hey, man, 18. By the time.
Yeah, I'm on 20. So you're 2 seconds ahead of us.
Okay.
Close enough.
And I'm
It's
2
hard to
seconds
time that.
behind.
Can't get mad at him for that one.
Oh my
Can't get mad at him for that
God,
one.
he finally caught a
And
football.
little.
Oh, you've
little
got to be
arc on it.
kidding.
Is there a
No
You
flag?
cannot
way.
hold right there.
No way.
You idiot.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Probably get a big play, and then you get a hold.
Have
Chuck it
any
again.
of you guys ever played wide receiver at any
In
Nope.
level?
flag football.
Flag
So,
football, yeah.
Where's Matty Ice at? Where's
What-
Matty Ice at?
Yeah.
What he does here to flip his head completely around and still locate and track the ball into his shoulders to his outside shoulder, that's so difficult to do, and he did it perfectly there too.
Well,
And
that
then it
pretty
gets
hell of a hold
negated.
there.
I don't know about a hold there. I don't know about a hold there.
It gets negated by a holding call.
I don't know about that.
That was definitely a hold. I mean, golly.
Let him play. That was
That's
dumb.
just a dumb play call, especially after.
Yeah.
You know what a sore loser says though? There's holding on every play.
Like, what is this? All these screens ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, like you've seen that from both teams in this second half. They're just running like they're not taking shots, and they're just.
I'm okay
rolling,
with that
like,
if it's
crossing
3rd
routes.
and 5 or 2nd and 5, I guess.
Yeah, but 2nd and 20,
No,
like run a slant, do something.
I do like that, they're in these situations 3rd and long, and they don't do the normal, just a draw play up the middle or something.
Mm.
Instead, they just throw it right over middle.
Oh.
They got some yards, but
Go
they
for it.
got to punt it.
Not
Go
enough.
Chance.
Where
No
they at,
chance to
40?
go for it.
Ain't no way they go
It's-
for it.
They're on their own 40. They're on their own 35
Fake it.
yard line.
Fake it.
Yes, fake it. Put Penix in to do a little pooch
I
punt.
thought Michigan was going to run a fake in the first half there.
I thought so too. I thought, man, if they do this and then they miss it, Washington still has a timeout. They heave one deep, get it close enough for a field goal, and they're only down by 4. Man, that would give them so much momentum.
Still
Man,
winning
how about the
here.
defense in this second half so far?
This is crazy.
Really stepped up.
Well, it's a big punt.
I mean, one more
Because you
score
have-
by Michigan, and it's
No,
over.
not really.
Even
Yeah,
a
you
field goal.
have you have that interception on the first throw of the second half, and then just a field goal from that. And then Washington's driving down the field, and the defense stands up, only a field goal from that. And that's all you've got this entire half so far.
You're telling me they can cut together a commercial of the game while the game is being played and we can't get an EA Sports football commercial? Come on.
What are they saying on the old X?
Let's see. Pull it up here.
Or a whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of bitching is what they're saying.
That's all it's been. Like, we haven't heard from EA honestly since they released that's coming back.
Well, and see, I didn't see any official sources saying that they were going to release something either. I just heard a bunch of people saying it, and there was some pages that heard people saying it that were posting about it, but it was nothing official that I saw.
Dave Portnoy, I'm having the least amount of fun possible. This is like a bad trip to the dentist. Let's see. EA Sports. Jane Daniels is trending.
It's probably because
Is
the
he-
Patriots fan won them.
Is
I've
he
seen a
trending
lot of the. Let's see. Why is he trending?
because everybody's saying that he
So-
didn't deserve the Heisman?
No, everybody's saying he's much better than
Probably
Michael
'cause- I
Penix.
don't know.
Here's one.
Well,
Somewhere in
that's
a
just a lie.
parallel universe, LSU never hired Matt House, and Jade Daniels has scored another touchdown to go up 14 in the national championship. Too much.
Letting go of
It's
Joe
supposed
Brady
to-
was a big mistake for LSU.
Well, I don't think we really had a choice there.
Yeah, I just don't think he liked the college level.
He doesn't like to recruit. Let's see. My favorite so far about the EA Sports, it's the video of LeBron James in Miami, like the highlight tape the meme that's been going around of him like activating God mode, basically. And it's EA Sports when it's time to disappoint everybody.
Jesus. Come on
No.
already.
That's funny. I don't think I see EA Sports trending at all on mine.
It's probably because all I've been searching the past couple of months.
So it's not trending. It's just trending for you.
It's
This
just
is-
popular.
This
It's
is
trending for my.
trending in the United States. No, it's not trending anymore.
Man,
It's not
Bradley Cooper is trending.
that was just
Uh-oh.
a mistake on the defense.
That's not good.
He was trying to go for the ball, and it got snagged out from right in front of him.
Wow.
Well,
Michigan
Loveland got
scores
his
here, it's
over.
over.
Garbage.
Yeah, Michigan scores. It's over.
See 7 there. He wanted the
Yep.
ball too bad and just got
Mhm.
faked.
Even a field goal, it's over.
Yeah, field goal feels like a dagger a little bit.
Go up 10 with probably five.
It's
5,
definitely
6
not.
minutes
It's not the last nail in the coffin, but it's definitely one of them.
Who would have thought only one touchdown from Washington?
Not me.
Good old Pat McAfee and the boys standing in the end zone. That's hilarious.
Yeah, with all wearing cowboy hats. I just saw that.
That's hilarious.
Did you see him call out the ESPN like top producer or whatever his position is the other day
Yeah,
on the
but then
show?
I guess I just saw something where he posted a picture with that guy's boss though, like the day after.
Hmm.
so like all of this, like ESPN's kind of thinking like they might have to get rid of Pat McAfee after his comments, but then he's seen like buddy with that guy's boss. Like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
It doesn't mean anything, Jacob, but Roman Wilson hit is over.
No, doesn't mean anything.
That's why I said it doesn't mean anything.
Nothing. Just
That's the tough part about parlays, guys. It's all but fun.
Oh, Chad, I know. We haven't won a damn thing.
you know,
Just all
State screwed
losses.
us. I was sitting in the sports bar in the Palace when State screwed us, and it was against Arizona.
Yep.
And I was because it was Alabama, Texas, and I was there because I was going to go to the Bow, but there was a $75 cover charge in order to get into the freaking sports bar. I was like, excuse me.
283 to 41 in rushing yards.
I mean, if you look at the total yards, you would think Michigan's up big, and it's crazy. It's still
They're about to be.
See if we get a turnover here.
If you go
Keep
up
the-
14, I feel like I don't know. I don't think you're coming back from that.
Man, it's done. They
Not the way they're
cannot
playing.
move the football whatsoever in the second half.
Oh, that's it. Right there. He's in.
Dagger.
Corum.
Blake Corum touchdown. Well, there's our Blake Corum touchdown.
Well, we didn't even have that.
So you're
Oh,
saying
yeah.
there's a chance.
No.
There's a chance.
You got to hit
for
the over 56. That one's not. Well, what are we at right now?
Was
Well, we
Bonehead
picked Washington to
chance?
win, so it's dead now.
You're saying it's going to be a big comeback?
I hope so.
That would be
Hell,
wild.
go in overtime. I don't care.
27. Calling it right now, 27-26. That's 53, isn't it? Or is that 45?
Well, it wouldn't help us at the comeback because we still need a Roman
That'd be
Wilson
53.
touchdown.
That's
Oh!
53. But y'all had 53 and a half, huh?
What?
Dunked it
Oh,
off the
that went
post
in?
and it went in.
What?
Ah.
That went in?
No way that went in.
He did that
And
on
the
purpose,
officials
didn't he?
even react.
No, they didn't even like look at each other to double check or anything. They're not going to show a
Why, man?
replay either.
Yeah,
They don't want you to see the replay.
I'm sorry, but every time I see a
Oh,
doink, I
that
always
poor
think
guy.
of Cody Parkey.
That poor guy.
Well, it's kind of like every time you see a quarterback running in the back of the end zone and running out of bounds in the back of the end zone, you think of
Orlovsky,
Orlovsky.
All right, guys,
This has gotta
28-27.
be
You got to
it.
believe.
Come on.
You got to believe here.
28. We
That-
need
that hits-
we need
that
a
hits-
quick
is that
we
all
need a
you got
quick
on the
tutty
parlay?
like a one play touchdown.
Take a shot. One of them's got to hit eventually.
If they get a quick touchdown, they're still in it.
So
it's gotta be
Washington
quick.
money line over 1.5. Michael Penix passing touchdowns. Wilson's got over 48.5, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over 55.5. Oh, total points. Johnson's got a touchdown. Wilson doesn't have a touchdown, huh?
Joe, we need this game to go into overtime. That's what we need.
Yeah, so you just need a bunch of. So basically, what you need right here is Michael Penix to throw a 75-yard touchdown to. Oh wait,
Rome
am I reading that
Odunze.
wrong?
It ain't going to be Dylan Johnson because he could barely run full speed.
Yeah. I mean,
No,
with
they catch you
Johnson
off
not scoring a
guard.
touchdown,
They catch you off guard and throw it to Culp for 75 yards.
Yeah.
that would be wild. That guy couldn't run 75 yards from a hot dog stand. It's not moving.
75 yards from a hot dog stand.
What's the other receiver that they've got? They've got McMillan, Rome Odunze, and
Yeah,
then there's
Polk.
a third guy. Yeah, Polk. That's the guy I'm thinking of. I haven't seen him at all this game.
Yeah, he's only got 2 catches for 26
Just
yards.
a bunch of drops.
Y'all still need Wilson to have a touchdown. He's got
Yeah, that's
2
why
yards.
I say like we need Washington to come back and then him to score a touchdown.
We needed him to
In
score on
overtime.
that play right there. Like that was the touchdown that he needed to
The
score.
only chance we have is this game going to overtime. That's about it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay. We'll be back for the Super Bowl.
Bunch of bonus bets for the Super Bowl, courtesy of our friends over at Belly Up.
Oh yeah.
I'm purposefully.
Where we
going
only
to
won
open
one
the
bet
ball, I
last
don't
year
have to
from
do
all that
anything.
was it was a freaking
Hey.
Boston shot.
Boston Scott, baby. What was it? Over 3 rushing attempts?
It was freaking
That's-
like two. It was like 2 carries, and the man got it in like 1 go.
Yeah. It was something really low.
It was.
It was I think it was either over 2 rushing attempts or over 3 yards. It was something like insanely low. We were like,
No.
how do you not pick this?
The best
And he
beat.
finished with the number.
The bad beat that I had in the Super Bowl was it was the Bengals and the Rams Super Bowl. It was Joe Mixon anytime touchdown, and the motherfucker threw a pass and touchdown, and I didn't get credit.
So it went in or no? Yeah, it
Did
did.
it?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
It did.
What the
Ow.
How?
heck?
See, they're gonna win it because if they have that low,
Oh,
for that to
JJ
go
McCarthy's
in-
getting in a fight.
Don't push your
Yeah.
coaches, JJ. That's
He's
not
getting a
very
fight.
Nice.
Fight. I just want to see him.
Hey,
take
that
his
might
helmet
be your
and just
head
knock
coach
somebody
next
out.
year. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's definitely their head coach. Like Harbaugh is leaving. There's no way he would bring his brother to the game and have him on the sideline. And
Well, his
then
brother got nothing to do.
It's his brother.
All right, guys. I'm going to put $150 on Washington to win it for $2,100.
let's
Go for
go.
it. Live
7
bets
minutes.
coming in.
It's possible.
Jacob and I already said that we're gonna go heavy on March Madness betting.
Oh, I'm going hard on March Madness.
So,
I will not lose to freaking Miami.
Yeah, screw
Like,
you.
that is. Oh my god, that's such BS.
I forgot. I didn't finish my.
What
March
is
Madness.
that, dude? They just run backwards too far.
Screw all
Yo,
these screens.
dude,
like,
he
throw
got
it
2
deep.
yards.
Hey, let's waste
No,
half the
four
fourth quarter.
yards. Forward progress. Why didn't he just go down? He's just freaking. He
It's
spent
just
10
killing
seconds
time.
bouncing around there.
Why do they got
He's
Connor Stallions on the
absolutely-
sidelines?
Yeah, what the heck?
That definitely looks like him.
It looked pretty similar.
Can they like get some tempo? Like it's
I know they're not even trying to hurry up.
they don't
Come
give
on.
a damn.
That's one thing with Kalen DeBoer. It's worked out for him in the past. Oh, wide open. Finally got him.
Go.
There you go.
Go.
Finally.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
chased down from behind.
Pull it back for holding.
Hey, just get it to like the 1 yard line and hand it off to Dylan Johnson. I mean,
What are those two? Why did they were sitting there talking to each other? Dude just ran right by him.
hurry,
So
tempo,
y'all talk about your grocery.
hurry up. They need
y'all
to just
time.
run a couple of strong floods. Like
That's
Come
all.
on.
Hey, works
Slow.
every time.
Let's go.
that's all you got to do.
Man,
That's
you got a
the
false
EA
start.
Sports
Oh my
commercial.
god. That didn't just happen. Hey, it
That's
stopped the
the-
clock though.
That's the EA Sports commercial, Tyler. Washington running 4 strong floods in a row.
Or
And
the
then it
play
just
action
cuts
power
straight
row.
to the commercial.
No, we all missed it. It was just like in the little bar on the bottom of the screen.
It was,
Do you-
it was,
could you imagine if-
Caleb
if it
Williams
was
holding up that
happening
video
here?
game in the Dr. Pepper commercial?
Could you imagine if it was last year and it was that terrible game and we had to endure that entire game just to see that? What?
They should have done it last year.
It was bad enough to endure.
Oh,
man.
Oh my god, that was terrible.
I was so confused on
that
how
going
he
to?
got that out of his hand.
He just flipped it. That was weird. He didn't even throw it.
Was he throwing it to the ref?
Who knows?
He's
I don't know
hoping
who
he
he was
catch one of his
throwing it to.
passes. He had
Look,
the time.
there's nobody there.
I think he was going to 37, but he was worried about the hit.
He's been overthrowing way too many times.
It was head on. Holy. Hey, it stopped the clock. It's all right.
Like he was wide. Like that's at least a first down if he connects with him.
He's only been sacked once tonight, though, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
That was a false start.
Chase.
They didn't call
Oh
it.
my god, what is that?
The
What
dude was in
Tom
the
Brady is
backfield.
going on?
Yeah, it's
The right
it's
guard
just
was in
check
the
it down real
backfield.
fast before I get hit.
Yeah, what in the Tom Brady is going on?
Their O lineman was in the backfield before the ball was snapped.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Let's just all gather
If you
around
can-
and sing
if you can
campfire
get away with
song
it.
while the clock.
Even the ref's telling him to hurry up. He's like, "Hey guys, by the way, the clock's running. Hurry up!"
Hey, you guys got to score. Hurry.
Oh my
2
god!
for 11 on third downs.
That's terrible.
crazy.
Another full.
Average 10 yards to
Flag.
go.
I was really hopeful.
Well, we got to go for it now.
Yeah,
Well, they don't get it. It is over.
Like that was the play you do on second down instead of the check down. Like
That was just an overthrow because you really didn't
God.
have. Oh man, he almost caught it though.
Just off
oh
They need a
my
miracle.
God.
Yeah, if they miss this here, they're done.
Yeah, it's over.
You can't kick a field goal because it'll still be a 9-point game. So
Wouldn't have to worry
Time
about
out,
it if you.
Washington.
Michigan.
Holy crap! Did they actually? Nope, Michigan.
Dude, Penix is just all out of sorts tonight.
I don't know
Not
if
a good
it's
time for that.
totally him. I think his wide receivers have definitely dropped some and miscommunication.
I think that pressure's getting to him too. He's not
Yeah,
getting
but he's-
sacked, but they're
He's definitely had some more pressure here late in the fourth.
I see a lot of pom poms.
the pom poms are going to be swinging because they're probably going to win it.
Man,
I told you they're
436
going
to
to win it,
287.
and then there's just going to be absolute turmoil the entire offseason about whether Michigan should actually have won the national championship because of the allegation. It's just going to go on forever. I'm telling you right now.
They're about to win it with 140 passing yards.
The controversy is going to happen.
I think you got man
296
down here on
rushing
the
yards.
bottom.
Jeez,
You got man.
Unless 23 is
man
faking
coverage?
the blitz.
Is it man? It is. Oh my God, he's dead.
Oh, pass interference. Throw the flag.
No
Jeez,
way. Yep, he did.
Decapitated him.
He did.
Holy
There's a
moly.
flag in the backfield, though.
Might be a hold and a
Oh,
pass
man.
interference.
Two
So
of
we're going to
them.
get a new
It's two
flag.
of them.
Penix is hurt.
Uh-oh.
It's both. He got.
Is Will
Right
Rogers
over.
available to come in?
They should allow them to be on the bowl game roster if they transfer
He
him
got
enough time.
obliterated. No way.
Van Dyke was on the sidelines for Wisconsin, but
Holding on the offense.
What?
they're
Redo
dead.
the play.
They're gonna
There's
fact
no
that
way
The
they
foul
get
should
gifted
not.
again.
They shouldn't offset.
Where's
It
the
should be
holding
a
at?
5-yard penalty.
73. I mean, he.
I don't.
Yeah, he grabbed
I
him
mean,
by his.
It
Yeah,
was,
but-
but
I mean, do you know how many of those they missed in the first half, though? Like, let's.
Oh,
be
they
real.
missed a bunch.
And then this.
The same
just-
thing. I mean, the same thing in the first half.
I don't know.
and that was
holding's
not an egregious holding at all either.
The
Like,
pass
he
interference was definitely egregious. I mean, the man
hit him
was
in the
tackled.
shoulder.
That's kind of lame.
That's kind of crazy too, because I didn't see the. I don't know why you picked that. It was fourth down. You're still going to get past the line of scrimmage too, man. You're going to take it all the way.
There you go.
I guess that was not a bad idea. There's the nail in the
Game.
coffin.
Oh,
there it
Penix
is.
just got pancaked. Oh wait,
Yeah, he
was
just got
Penix
freaking
line.
bulldozed.
It was one of the wide receivers got dropped.
See you later, alligator.
So
Man,
do
that
they
sucks.
run the
Yeah,
fake
Penix is
victory formation, but
definitely
actually
hurt.
punch it in?
No, they're gonna punch it in. And they're gonna give Blake Corum one more tutty and call it
put
an
Orgy.
Broken ribs.
Put Orgy in the game.
Yeah.
Let him get a touchdown real quick.
Oh my God, they're all crying.
I would love to
Jesus
see
Christ.
them fumble it, scoop and score.
So Jacob, how does it feel to be a Penn State fan and watching Michigan win an ad?
But is it really a natty though? Like, I mean, that's,
Do y'all think that's actually Jim Harbaugh's dad, or is it Jim Harbaugh dressed up as an old man on the sideline?
It's like a
just
clone of him, but in older years.
cologne. Yeah, Penix has been all over the place.
Penix has been so.
He has been all over the place.
I don't think he's around anymore.
Here comes Blake Corum's second rushing touchdown of the night.
Or Donovan Edwards' third.
Nope.
And
Corum.
This
No,
is
he's
just
on the
bully
wall.
ball.
If you're Washington, you kind of just want them to score now. Let that one be a score already.
Well, it was a game for about 3 quarters, and then
The over almost hit there, Ty.
it did. Well, anything else wouldn't matter though.
Yeah, we had 3.5 quarters of really good ball game.
I knew I
Yeah,
should have
not
took.
like last year when we had half of a first quarter of a ball game.
I just went with Washington because I picked them in the preseason to win them all, and I wanted to look good.
No, they were plus money. I mean,
They
it was
were.
like plus 210, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
In a
5.5
game that-
dogs.
First time the 1 seed has beaten the 2 seed.
yep.
That is a big fellow right there that they brought across. What the?
Holy cow! 28 touchdowns on the season for Corum.
28 TDs.
Here comes the hate on Michael.
I think the Heisman talks are put to bed.
Is that Derek Jeter?
Are my eyes
Yes,
seeing
it
this
is.
right though? Like, what is that? So they had 2 losses last year, 1 this year, and then how many did Jaden Daniels have this year alone?
Just 3, but it's not on losses.
Oh, so
it's on
3.
overall.
We've also know a guy,
It's-
Lamar
okay.
Jackson, who's won with 3
Oh,
losses,
God.
and
Here we
If
go.
you look at the stats,
I
Penix
missed-
still has not passed up Daniels, and he had 2 extra.
But I missed
3 extra
it.
games.
I missed Jaden Daniels' Heisman moment. I don't remember which one that one was. That
it
was
was
that when
a
he got his
85-yard rush
was
Yeah,
that was
that
that
was a
whenever he got
40
his
to
head
beat
knocked off by
Billy Napier and the
Alabama
sorry
defender?
Florida Gators.
Was that when he got his head knocked off by the Alabama?
No, he got his head
Defender.
knocked off against Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Or was that against FSU when he choked and couldn't win the game there either?
Hey,
That
man.
one's on defense.
Hey, I could bring
I don't know.
up
The
some
offense didn't score
scores.
much there.
I can bring it up 63-28 if you would like.
You could bring that up, but I'm talking about Michael Penix.
Oh.
So, well, man, Harbaugh needs a Colgate commercial. That's what he needs.
I picked
See how
Penix in the preseason when the Heisman, so.
Harbaugh's teeth matched Michigan's helmet. Dude's
Oh,
got
yeah,
brushed
pointing
teeth,
to the
bro.
rings.
Let's see. Watch, they're going to score a touchdown here. They're going to give y'all hope for
Runs
the
it
over the
back.
hit.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
What hope is there
Here
to
we
be?
go.
They're down by freaking 21.
He's gonna run it back.
Take it to the house. Take it to the house.
They would need 2 onside kicks and a mirror.
Yeah, Michigan's already celebrating.
Can't wait for Michigan to get this title.
Yep,
taken away
that's what
from
I
Harbaugh
said.
by-
That's what I
buying
said.
a recruiting
How
sticker
great-
bar.
How great would it be for them to not even give them the trophy? They just like come out there and they like roll the confetti cannons back into the locker room. Like nobody won the national championship this year. Sorry guys.
It's not the trophy; it's the cover of the new game.
We're gonna announce the winner of the 2024 national championship, and Michigan's all hyped up and starting to get up there. Like, no, not you guys. Florida State comes and runs up on the stage.
I bet you the EA thing is Michigan will be the cover. They'll have like JJ McCarthy or Blake Corum.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that.
They
to
were
me.
waiting
No,
to
that
announce
can't
it.
happen.
The deluxe
winner,
edition.
the MVP of the game's on the cover.
No, it's got to be Shadur, honestly. I mean, they're gonna
No
give
way.
No,
What
well, the
is
reasoning.
this?
you're
What
gonna
are
give me
these
a
plays?
4-win QB as the.
Yeah,
And there's a
We're gonna
targeting. Oh my god.
I don't think it should, but
There's gonna be a
Tyler made a
targeting.
good point last night.
Eject him.
Like if you want to sell the game, like everybody knows who Dion
Eject
is.
him in the national championship. Here it comes. What a way to end your career, buddy. Get thrown out for targeting with 3 minutes to go.
You got to miss next year's season opener.
Here's another one. The same person who won the 2005 Heisman won the 2024 Natty. Redacted. Cameron coming in strong with the.
I know he came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's targeting too.
That's oh my god. What the man? Michigan
So if he goes to the
secondary
NFL, does he have
night.
to miss the first half of his first NFL game?
No.
See, I don't even understand targeting anymore though, because
Imagine
they
it
say it's
carried
anytime
over.
you're launching towards the head or neck area, but then
That's
they
definitely
don't always call it.
Like he's going for a form tackle there, and then the wide receiver gets pulled down by the other defender, so they just end up head to head.
But he's
I think
a
he just wants to
defenseless
participate
player.
in dousing Jim Harbaugh of Gatorade. That's all he wants to do.
He's a defenseless player, and it's a crown of his helmet. Here it comes.
Yeah.
See, no, they didn't call it though.
Wow.
I just don't
The national
understand.
championship.
I don't
Like,
I don't understand what targeting is anymore. I really don't.
I bet you if this is a 34-31 game, that's called, because at this point it doesn't matter.
oh yeah.
You think Penix probably what is on his wrist? Is it a picture of him? Is he on his wristband?
Is it?
Think so. Maybe his dad. Who knows?
Maybe.
Wow. So you can't tell me that like Penix has
It's
been
just
the
a
problem
bad
the whole
throw.
time though.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right
but
off.
well, he's got
He's
four
he's
broken
off
ribs.
now. Yeah, he's off now,
He's
but
hurt.
you know, because he got hurt at the beginning of the fourth quarter. But
Yeah,
if you
it's
look at first three quarters, there was so many just miscommunication, dropped passes. Not only that, but the play calling too. Like, why have you not ran the ball at all? You're just telling Michigan rush
Yeah.
4 and drop back and cover the pass.
I mean, and they're
This
still
is the
getting
worst
to
game
him with
They
the
are.
4-man rush.
I mean, Johnson was hurt too, so I think that played a big part of it.
Yeah.
Where are
what
you
are these
going, dude?
underneath
Where are
routes? I
you
mean, they're not
going?
even getting first downs.
They have given up. That's what they've done.
Man's running side to side. Hit the over.
Not even close.
Come on. You can do it.
Guys, we should really just start betting opposite of each other. So at least one of us wins.
Yeah.
So whatever I bet, you bet.
Well, I told you I'm starting to bet for the team that I don't want to win. Like I'm picking them.
That way
to
you
win.
hedge your happiness. If they
Right.
win, you at least win money.
Right.
Like who is it? Frankie with Foreplay when he had put like a ton of money on the Rangers to win the Stanley Cup. Even though he hates the Rangers, he's a huge Islander
What
fan.
is that? Like, bro,
How do you drop that?
chill out. Horrible.
What's wrong?
Sit down and have a cookie.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes left. You're about to be nasty.
Washington got a rough year ahead of them coming up.
You better go drink the rest of the Gatorade so it doesn't get dumped on you.
Has there ever been a coach that's just chugged the Gatorade before the game ended?
He gets doused with cheeseburgers.
Just rips out the spout and lets it just start dumping onto the field.
Oh God.
Let's see.
Is it still raining in Houston?
Almost intercepted by 2 different guys.
I don't think so. I think the front moved past them.
Oh, I
Let's see.
said that. I think they should open the dome.
Just pouring rain.
Let's check
It's
the
still
radar
snowing
here.
pretty hard here.
No,
Jesus Christ.
Mike, it'll probably just ice here. Last year we had a ice storm come through, and my truck was frozen shut. Like I was able to chisel into the door and get it open, and I rolled the windows down, and there was just blocks of ice still as windows. I couldn't even see out of the car. But it looks like it's past Houston. It's coming through Baton Rouge right now. So Tyler, hunker down.
Fantastic.
I got about 2 hours.
All right.
It's already
come back
raining here.
Come back to the century.
It's
Two
running
injured
sideways.
quarterback.
I don't think I'll be able to even complete this on the video game. Just
Shoot, now
freaking at this point, if I was down 34-13, I would be chucking 4 verticals.
He's yelling at his wide receiver, and his wide receiver just ignoring him. He's like, dude, it's over.
That's just what
I
Derek
love that
Carr does.
McCarthy's all happy, and the guy next to him's like, "Chill out, bro." Like,
Dude, you're mid. Chill out.
You're mid. You're coming back.
no, this is it.
All right, coach, I'm going to the NFL. Nope. You should really
Harbaugh's
stay,
gone.
buddy.
McCarthy's gone. Blake
We will
Corum's
give you
gone.
one Happy Meal if you come back.
They're all gone.
Yeah, dude, his ribs are messed up.
Yeah, he broke some ribs. How did he break some ribs with that?
That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, dude's
He's
packing
got
two
packets.
20-pack. He's got 2 20-piece McNuggets in his each side there. It's like,
Bought him for
how
him.
did that guy?
Just put the backup in at this point.
For real. Just put him the backup in. Get the backup a rep in the natty and let's go.
Will Rogers comes strutting out on the field.
In his Mississippi State uniform.
Yeah.
Happy Meals are recruiting violation. Only a large soda and fries acceptable.
Prediction: we're gonna get the EA Sports thing at the end of the game, but before the ceremony.
That's BS. We're not getting it at all. We got lied to.
Oh, that's game.
Oh.
I don't think they can come back now, guys.
Yeah, man. They got a tough hill to climb after that
For
one.
half an hour.
Hey, score another touchdown here.
Might as well.
Have the over.
Friggin' put 40 on him.
Over.
This chick showed up to her first college football game ever, and they win in the national championship. And she's
Imagine,
crying.
like, man, spending this much money to see a blowout.
At
Why
every
does it-
Alabama student for the last 10 years, like, all they do is just show up to the last game and win the natty.
It's so much better when you're like your favorite team blows someone out in the natty, and like you're so nervous, and then it's like we're blowing these suckers out.
I don't know. I think it's less fun.
No, I was having a blast when we were freaking beating the shit out of Florida 18-4. I mean,
I
you're
hate that
talking
the score
baseball?
ends up this way because now people who didn't actually watch the game are going to be like,
Right.
"Oh, Michigan just handled Washington like
Yeah.
Washington never stood a chance."
but
Yeah, they're
Florida
gonna say
State
it's a-
should have been the playoff.
Yeah,
Repeat of
Florida
last
State
year.
should have been in here.
Okay, if Blake Corum wanted to score a touchdown, they would
Wow,
have
no victory formation. What are you?
Dude, I'm telling you, fake victory right here. Run
They
it up
Arthur's
the
pull,
looking
they
middle.
for
pull,
me
a, Mi-
too
they pull a
happy.
Miami.
Pull a Saints. Go with the fake kneel.
Yep. Here
Put
it
the
goes.
backup quarterback in.
Yeah, give Orgy a touchdown.
They pull a Miami and run the ball, end up fumbling it. It's return for a touchdown.
34-20. It's like the Chris Paul shoots a 3 to bring them within 60.
I swear, like the season just started like a few weeks ago, and now it's over.
They're taking a picture on the sideline. Oh my God. What is happening?
The game's not even over yet.
It's not even over.
I thought
Oh,
they were about to dump the.
They dumped
oh
the
my God.
Gatorade on the wrong dude.
Oh my god!
He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. Jim's
Oh
like,
my-
nah.
They dumped it on a player.
They dumped it on the guy.
That poor guy.
Now dump it.
Man got hypothermia.
He wasn't even ready for it either.
He had a
just,
shoe
"Whoa,
off
what
on
the?
He's like, what the hell? I'm not a coach.
They start lifting him up, and then they're like, "Wait, you're not coach."
You got
You got
What are
to play
you
all
doing?
night.
So
Get
when he
outta
turned
here.
around to take the picture, I thought he was turning around to face the Gatorade, and they were just gonna dump it on him, and he was just gonna take it.
Well, they finally did it.
Congratulations!
From
They
2-4
don't, they don't
COVID
look that
season to Natty.
excited.
I
Like, they
swear,
don't
you
even
look
look that
just like
excited.
Jim. I thought
They
you were the
dump
coach.
it on his dad. They got him. They got him.
Give him a heart attack.
Well,
Do
folks,
we see
that's
both
all
Harbaughs
she
winning
wrote.
the ship?
It feels like a normal game.
Yeah, it does.
There's like no reaction.
There's no confetti.
It's
or
like,
nothing.
yeah.
Oh, there it is. There it is. 8 minutes late.
It's all your fault, Rome.
Yeah, turn around, face the right way.
If you catch that ball, lead them to a score. Oh, they must have finally got
there
him.
he goes. Now he's wet.
They must have finally got him.
They had a backup.
So who do we see standing on this in the background of the celebration, watching, like Stephon Diggs style?
Baby, let's go.
Well, it's not gonna be
Well,
Penix 'cause he's
most
gone.
of these guys are all seniors or ready
Yeah.
to move on anyways. So I don't think anybody's got any eligibility to be like, all right, I'm coming back.
One of their offensive linemen.
They're gonna ask him, "Are you coming back?"
What if he just says
He's
no and walks
No.
off the field?
I'm going to the Patriots.
He's gonna say, "I love these guys. I'm not going anywhere." Next week, leaves.
Yep. How it always is.
All right.
Well, that was disappointing.
Was.
Yeah.
That is too.
It was hey, we had a good game for three
That's
quarters.
not true. That's not true. 1997 was the game between Nebraska and Tennessee.
That's why they showed it for a split second.
Yeah, it's a claimed national championship. That's not a
Wow.
national championship.
right.
Sounds like UCF.
Yeah.
So technically, when was the last time they won?
UCF's a different story.
So they're going to have two national championships. One's acclaimed in 1997, and one is you cheated to get there. I don't know.
How do you claim a national championship? Like
I was trying to read.
I
was trying to read in on it, and so I guess because there's a difference in the coaches poll and AP poll, and so because they finished in the top of the coaches poll, they claim a national championship, even though Nebraska beat Tennessee in the Orange Bowl to win the national championship. So I don't understand claimed national championships. There's a lot of teams. I think Washington's two are both claimed national championships.
Yeah, it is.
That's like back in what was it, Tyler? 2003 when LSU beat who did they beat in the 2003 national championship? Was it Ohio State?
No, it was Oklahoma, I thought.
Yeah,
It might have been Oklahoma.
USC claimed the national championship that year because of the coaches bowl situation.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all.
It was like y'all didn't play in the national championship. That's what it is.
That's what the game's for.
Yeah. You put two teams on it. Like Florida State could claim the national championship this year if they wanted to.
And you know what? If Florida State was smart, they just don't play that game. You already had all these dudes. Before these dudes opt out, you just say, oh, you're planning on opting out? Okay, well, let's have a team meeting. Guys, we're not going to this game. We're not going. And then hold your own parade and pull a UCF because nobody blames you if you do that. Nobody can say, oh, you didn't deserve it.
But when you get blown out by 60, that's a different story.
Yeah. Can't claim nothing after that.
Well, and then all these people are out here still saying like, see, they didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. Like,
well, yeah, they didn't have half their team, so it'd be a completely different outcome at that one. What is this?
Who's the MVP?
Oh, we got LSU
Connor
Twitter.
Stallions, MVP.
It should be.
I would die.
see how they're blocking so you can't see any of the signs?
Yeah,
in
what the
back there?
heck? Why are they still trying to block the signs with the national championship?
You sign blockers. You know what? I think that deep down inside, they all know that they cheated, so they're not that excited that they actually won the national championship.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the hammer to drop.
They're on that 2-month high.
Cheaters.
They're on that 2-month high before it just absolutely falls
Cheaters
apart.
is trending on Twitter right now.
Let's go ahead and take a bunch of pictures of these losers crying on the bench.
Yeah, what the heck? Like,
All right, Caleb Williams, get off the bench.
At least he didn't jump up into his mom's arms and start sobbing.
Michael Penix is like the headless horseman.
I know they could pull the camera off the man. I mean, come on.
Dude,
like,
you're allowed.
yeah,
you're
holding
allowed
his
to
rib.
cry.
Like, let the man
He's
go in
crying.
peace.
He's holding his
Yeah.
ribs.
He's got 7 broken ribs. Well, that was nice by the Michigan player.
Yeah,
Dude, get the camera off him.
chase him down and go punch him in the ribs.
And DeVore, Kalen DeVore. What a.
I would
Somebody
love to
tripped
see
that guy holding
Penix
the camera.
just go full heel mode here. Take his helmet, slam it right into the camera.
Confetti right across the lens.
Cut back to Penix. Yep.
Geez, that was like a full 2 minutes of him.
I know. At that point, it's like, all right, it's a little
Dude.
awkward. Take the camera off of him.
Get this confetti off the damn camera.
They take the helmets off, and you realize the whole game they just had the logos upside down on each helmet, and it was really Washington that won the game.
All right. This dude's got he's vlogging. He's got his camera with his mic.
Probably got a YouTube.
Then he knocked his mom's hat off.
All right, well, college
What is
football is over.
happening?
So
All right, can we please see it? Please, God.
show it to us.
Presented
See what?
by
EA Sports, come on.
Oh my god. There's no way. If these freaking wieners freaking wait until the end,
Golly. Yeah, they're not going to show it.
they're not gonna get nothing. Freaking.
Josh,
We're
let's
not-
do your prediction for the Super Bowl. Now that
we're
college
not
football's over.
we're not getting this game in it anymore. But
We're
my
not getting
prediction
it
for
until
the
2050.
my prediction for the Super Bowl. It's hard not to pick the Ravens right now. If I go based on the conspiracy, I think Ravens 49ers.
That's exactly what I'm going with.
If that ends up being it, I have a hard time picking against the 49ers to win it all. I think the Niners are just a damn good team.
I like the conspiracy pick. If that happens, then it shows that the NFL is honestly scripted. All right, now we see McCarthy eat
No, the scripted would
girlfriend's
be-
face.
All right, can we like
Can we
it's like
off of the players, guys? Come
it's a
on.
kid show? Come on, it's a kid show.
Oh, he's eating their face right now.
These cameramen suck. Don't they know they should be showing Michael Penix crying in the locker room right now?
Yeah. We get an inside locker
Probably
room.
freaking taking a piss or something in the locker room.
No, he's probably getting an X-ray for his
Michael
broken
Penix
ribs.
is sitting there like, man, I put the ball right on Roma Dunze and he couldn't pull that in.
Let's see.
We could have won the game if he caught that ball. But then we had to
At
fight
least
from
made it
behind all the
closer
time.
if you did.
Do
We
got
could have
any-
lost 20 to 34, but instead,
The over still wouldn't have hit.
Yeah, Michigan covered and everything.
well, you got that one. Then you have that holding call that was a big play, and it got that pulls you back another 10 yards, and then a turnover. I mean, there's just a bunch that was going wrong. I mean, the whole offense just couldn't get in rhythm.
Yeah, Michigan defense locked them down. I mean, that was the story of the second half.
They did. I mean, they got just enough pressure to where it finally got to Michael Penix. I don't think it was enough to really throw him completely off his game, but it was enough for him just to those slightly overthrown balls and stuff. That was all from the pressure.
I mean, this offensive line won the was it the Joe Moore Award or Jim Moore Award?
Yeah.
The offensive line of the year, and they just
Well, they deserved it. They only allowed 11 sacks all season long.
yeah.
Wait,
And
how did
Yale
Yale
go
went
16-0
16-0,
in 1894.
I'm glad Georgia didn't three-peat. Goodness, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that.
I wish they would have over Michigan.
All I'm gonna have to hear about all next season is freaking Michigan.
Yeah, Fudge, how you feel about now? If Penn State beats Michigan next year, do they get to claim themselves as national champions?
Well, I mean, I don't know if Michigan will be national championships by the time they play next year. Like, who
That's true.
knows?
That's
Like,
take it away.
So you guys want to know what you can look forward to next season?
What's that?
Let me see if I can pull up the one I'm thinking of. Just because, like, looking at it, man, I mean,
We get
it's going to be fun. You're going to have
We got
Michigan.
Texas early on the season.
Well, you have Michigan, Washington tonight. Then you have Michigan, Texas on September 7th. Michigan,
Opening
Washington.
weekend.
Michigan, Washington on October 5th. And then Michigan, Oregon, November 2nd. And then
Holy-
Michigan, Ohio State, November
Oh.
30th.
No, that's a
And-
schedule.
And there's no conference divisions next year in
Yeah.
Big Ten. So you're going to
Same,
get
same
another-
with the SEC.
another
Same
one
with
of
every
those teams.
conference. Everybody's going about division.
Oh,
Everybody's
everybody
just gonna beat up on each other, and it's just gonna be the biggest wash.
Then we're gonna
you've ever
have like
seen
this
all
one
time.
group of 5 sneak in at the 12 seed, and
Here comes
You're
the
never gonna
Liberty
have-
Flames.
Golly.
you're never gonna have
No.
a 15-0.
Give me James
Michigan
Madison
play
in the playoff, baby.
There will not be an undefeated team ever again in the playoff.
I don't know how there will be. I mean,
They just beat up on each other. There's gonna probably be a 3-loss team next year in the
3
playoff.
wins will win it. 3 wins will win the Natty.
well, because
3 losses will win the Natty.
if you think like there's certain, I mean, like Georgia last year went against LSU, but I don't. No, last year wouldn't have been a very good matchup. But what was one of the years when really it wasn't even like the second best team? I think it was last year because didn't Tennessee, weren't they technically? If you didn't have divisions,
Right.
wouldn't they have been ahead of LSU? So you have kind of a rematch there.
Yeah.
Like you have a lot of those too, where I feel like, I mean, Big Ten is pretty much every single year. You have the West just can't do anything, and then you have Michigan or Ohio State have an easy game against Iowa or Purdue. Northwestern makes it, and you're like, oh, I wonder who's going to win this game.
Yeah, at least we'll have a decent game in that Big Ten championship from now on, hopefully.
I don't think there's going to be a team from out west next year, though.
I think Washington's losing too much. Oregon, maybe.
USC's losing a lot.
Just a new system.
USC is going to be just like their old.
USC is going to be Garbo.
Terrible.
I'm curious if Lincoln Riley ends up taking an NFL job.
They're going to go 0-1 to start their season.
Yes.
Well, you know what the entire kind of like all the reporting on him, it's just going to be that he couldn't handle the SEC, so he left Oklahoma. Couldn't handle the Big Ten, so he left USC.
Yep.
John Harbaugh's like, I want some of that Gatorade. Come here.
I almost said something, but never mind.
Like, let me get a pre-taste of that.
Let me get a lick.
We're on the air. I almost said something.
Oh, you hurt my hip.
That okay. I guess it's not a clone. We're gonna say it's just Jim Harbaugh dressing up with old person makeup every time. But we've seen them together. It is wild how much.
Nope, it's a deep fake. You didn't actually see them together.
It's AI.
It's AI. Yeah, you're just.
Hey,
Did you see his
2019
hands?
LSU's trending. I don't know if that's a bad or a good thing.
No, everybody's
his
saying
hands
you
didn't look right.
You can't compare Washington to 2019 LSU after this game.
They're going to start comparing
what is
Michigan.
like the sunglasses and what is that?
Yeah, you can. I think Michigan is better than the 2019 LSU.
Okay,
All right,
Joe,
hold
we're
on.
into the
Here we
stream
go.
now.
2019
Here we
LSU
go.
was this team, and I know it.
No, LSU. I mean, if you put a little bit, just a slightly better defense on that LSU team, just think about how much more dominant they could be.
That Alabama game would have been like 55-0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it proves too because like Oklahoma's offense was dominant that year, and they couldn't even keep up with them.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at us this year, 2019 LSU, that was our handicap, was the defense. And if we had a sliver of that this year, who knows?
Well, there's your answer. Stephon Diggs is Polk. Man's just bathing in the confetti.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, he's just sitting on the field.
Blake Corum won the offensive MVP, right?
Got to. It's not JJ
What do you
McCarthy.
mean? Donovan Edwards.
Well, he didn't, unfortunately.
Is it Coral?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, offensive player of the game.
What
Why
did
does
he
his
say?
nose? Why does
We're
his nose
America's
always look like
team.
he's got a?
What did he just say? Did he say Cleveland? This is for you. Did he just pull a LeBron? What
No,
the-
they're probably going to do an America's team bit.
Business is finished.
Oh, that's so cringe. Oh my god. That was terrible. That just made my skin crawl. When he said that, God almighty.
This may be the first national championship that I'm not even like happy for the team that won it.
I'm not either.
Yeah, it was.
I'm honestly, I don't even care. I'm honestly happier that an SEC team didn't win it this year.
I don't know. I feel like it's like I'm not mad that Michigan won it, but it's like I don't feel any kind of excitement. Like, man, that was so fun to watch Michigan all year beat nobody, and then
It
finally
was last year to me
play
too. I
somebody.
mean, it was just a beatdown last year that like couldn't even generate any excitement.
Yeah.
Who is this dude?
I don't know.
Defensive MVP.
Wait, wasn't that the guy that should have got into targeting and he's?
Oh, yeah, it is.
That's him. That guy shouldn't
Hey,
even
you
be
didn't get
there.
thrown out, but here's your trophy.
I just want to thank these referees for not ejecting me for the rest of the game.
So Corum gets a ring and he gets a WWE title belt, the defensive player.
Blake Corum got robbed.
Like, what the heck is he holding? It looks like a lunchbox.
Yeah,
It's a ring. It's a championship ring.
but it's like ginormous.
Yeah, it looks like a lunchbox. Like it's.
Composure by Reese Davis.
Oh, here we go.
Not,
Here we go. The most prophetic statements of all time.
to not touch his hair with the confetti in it. Oh, here's his dad.
I'm going to the NFL.
What?
He said,
in
"I don't
the
have a question what
world?
my dad does."
Oh God.
Oh my gosh.
I can't. I can't watch it.
He's got the Cartier glasses on. Oh man. Jim Harbaugh. Oh, goodness.
Oh my God.
All he needs is the gloves. He needs the Michigan gloves.
Yeah.
man.
Somebody toss him a football. Do a little quick toss.
This is the biggest meme of all time.
All right. Well, I think
No,
where we at? 4 hours and,
Who
and
wins
10
the Natty
minutes.
next year?
He sounds like he's just not there. Like he's
Dude is definitely going clubbing after this.
Oh, the whole team is.
You're gonna have to speak up, Reese. I can't see you.
My Cartier glasses. Do we got anything?
He sounds
Yeah,
like Joe
he's-
Biden trying to fit out a sentence.
wait.
Shut up, Jacob. We're not getting anything.
Did he just say there's over 100 Michigan?
Wait, what if like one of the
Wait a
in
minute.
this- in it, what if like in their speech you'd be a legend for this? EA Sports College football's coming out in July.
And next, Connor Stallions.
He says, "Nope, I think not."
I would die.
And Bill Hancock one more time.
Drop the trophy, please. Please drop it.
Oops, sorry.
What
We're
if he
we're with this trophy
What if
too.
he slipped and said Florida State Seminoles and just like, this is like
And now we're bringing up Jordan Travis to accept the national championship trophy.
What trophy was that like it fell apart and they almost dropped it?
I know what you're talking about.
Was that maybe the Sugar Bowl or something?
I think so.
Well, no, that's just a. No.
I don't know. It's probably maybe the Pop Tarts Bowl. Honestly, who knows?
the Cotton
The
Bowl.
Pop-Tarts,
Yeah.
Pop-Tarts Bowl trophy
That
was
was
amazing.
It
That was the greatest bowl
that
game
whole
of all
entire
time.
bowl game is amazing. Like,
Yeah,
if I want a bowl
That
game to
should be the
sponsor this show,
national
like,
championship.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Duke's Mayo Bowl, but Pop Tarts Bowl.
Yeah,
I was
Hey,
I was
get us out
making
there.
fun of the bowl game until the post game
The edible pop.
pretty much everything. Yeah, like popping up out of the stage. Yeah, everything about that was awesome. And then the trophy was probably cooler than this trophy.
Show it.
Yeah,
Show
we're
it.
only
Just the
we're
fake.
only sticking around too. Like that's the only reason.
I know. I'm like,
This is
okay,
lost
Scott
hope.
Medfeld.
Bring back
Like-
my childhood.
We haven't even gotten a tweet or anything.
Nothing.
The person who tells this should
They're
be
just going
fired
right
immediately.
Right into Scott Van Pelt. Just like that.
What?
Wow. Maybe Scott Van Pelt will tell us. Who knows?
This is the biggest disappointment of all time.
I know.
I would have rather go back to last year and watch that blowout again.
Right. Just to get the video. Or just something. Just put it on the screen. Put it in the corner where it says
I'm sorry, I think
Peyton
that this
Eli.
game will never come out because they never tell us anything.
Well, that's official, folks. They are not going to release the college football playoff or the
We're
college
stuck with
football
Madden
game ever
for the
again.
next century.
Yep.
That
Heard it
garbage
here
game.
first. All right. Well, Tyler, Jacob, great idea for the watch party.
Yep.
I'd say keep it going, but I don't think we're getting a commercial.
No,
Just give
I don't
up.
think
I
so.
don't,
I'm
I don't
done.
think it's happening.
If
Josh,
we get it after, so what?
thanks for joining us, hopping on in the fourth quarter and rolling. And of course, everybody in the chat, thanks for hanging out. We're still working towards that 300 mark. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button, hit it. We'll be doing a giveaway once we reach it. So final thoughts, disappointment, good game.
I
It
mean,
was all right.
it was
I think
okay.
that sums it up.
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, definitely better than last year's game. But we'll be back with another watch party, Super Bowl. So hopefully another great matchup, and hopefully it doesn't give us disappointment in this once again. I mean, the back-to-back watch parties has just been absolute blowouts.
I don't think the Super Bowl will. The Super Bowl is usually,
If it's the
We got-
Ravens Niners, like give me it again. Like I'll take that.
yeah. All right. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. Y'all have a good one.